Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I guess I've been technically writing this one out for years. I'm in my 30s now, but this happened when I was 13, the fall of 1998, on our family's property outside of a rural town in Nevada that I'm deliberately not naming. My parents are still alive and still talk about this night. My brother and I still talk about this night. We've never had any explanation for what happened, and at this point, I don't think we ever will. This is long, so I'm sorry. There's no short version. We lived 14 miles outside of town, on a dirt road that dead-ended at our property. Nearest neighbor was almost 3 miles back toward the highway. This isolation, it felt normal when you grow up in it. You don't think of it as remote, it's just home. Single-story house, detached garage, a few outbuildings, flat scrubland in every direction, with a mountain range sitting dark on the horizon. Nevada desert. You know what it looks like. If you don't, I recommend it. My brother Casey was 9 that fall and I was 13. My parents had that property since before I was born. I remember it was a school night in October, because one of the first things that I thought when everything started was that I had a test the next morning. My parents were watching television in the living room. Casey was already in bed, and I was in my room doing homework with my door open. The first thing I noticed was the light. It didn't build gradually. It was just suddenly there, blue, coming through every window in the house simultaneously. The way light looks when it's coming from all directions at once rather than a single source. It wasn't electric blue, or like the blue of police lights. It was deeper than that, richer. The closest I can describe it is the color of gas flames when they're turned all the way up, that concentrated blue-white, except softer somehow, and it was filling the sky completely. I went to my window and looked out, and there was no sky, just blue. The desert, the scrubland, the distant mountains, all of it was bathed in this flat, even blue light. It had no origin that I could find. No beam, no craft visible. Nothing overhead that I could see at all, just light everywhere. Like the atmosphere itself had changed color. I heard my mom say something in the living room, but I couldn't make out the words. That's when I noticed this sound, or I guess the absence of sound. And then the presence of something else. All of my normal nighttime sounds, desert noise, wind, occasional animal, ambient hum of nothing, that was gone. Replaced by a vibration more than a sound. Something I felt in my chest and in the back of my teeth before I heard it with my ears. Low and heavy, like standing next to a subwoofer that was turned all the way up. A bass reverberation that seemed to come from the ground and the air all at the same time. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was relentless, and it made it hard to think. I tried to call out to my parents, and my voice felt swallowed before it left the room. I walked into the hallway. My dad was already coming towards me. His mouth was moving, and I couldn't hear him. The vibration was too total. He grabbed my arm and we went to the living room where my mom was standing, looking out the front window. I could see her saying something to my dad, but I couldn't hear any of it. I wondered if they could hear each other. We stood there together for what felt like several minutes, but was probably less. And then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the light was gone. The vibration cut off. The desert went back to its normal dark and quiet, and I could hear my own breathing. And my mom was saying, "What was that? What was that?" in a voice that was trying to sound calm, but it wasn't. My dad went outside. He was out there for maybe 5 minutes, and he came back. He said that he hadn't seen anything. Nothing out there, no lights, nothing on the road. That's when we heard something in the attic. Our house had a pull-down attic access in the hallway ceiling. We used it for storage. Boxes, holiday decorations, the usual. Nobody had been up there in months. The sound that started coming from it was footsteps. I don't know if there's another way to describe it. I'm not going to try to dress it up. Footsteps. Heavy, fast, back and forth across the length of the attic. Not the settling of the house. This wasn't an animal. I grew up in that house. I knew every sound that it made. This was weight moving. Something with mass and intention crossing the attic floor at a pace that felt almost frantic. Back and forth, back and forth. Something was pacing. It sounded as if my dad was up there, but he was right next to me. At that point, my mom pulled Casey out of bed, and we all stood in the living room listening to it. Casey was half asleep and confused, and I remember holding his hand without really deciding to. My dad got a flashlight. I watched him pull the attic cord. The folding stairs came down, and he climbed up slowly, flashlight ahead of him, and pushed the hatch open. What happened next took maybe 3 seconds. He heard something. We all did. I saw it register on his face before anything else. A change, a recoil, something moving behind his eyes that I'd never seen on my father's face before, and I haven't seen it since. He made a sound himself, involuntary. And then he was falling, stumbling backward down the folding stairs, grabbing the railing and half catching himself and half not. The attic hatch swung shut above him with a bang that shook the hallway. He sat on the floor for a moment. My mom went to him immediately. He described it later, what he'd experienced. And he always said it the same way. There was a sound from inside the attic, from the darkness beyond the hatch, high and thin, but with a quality underneath it that he said was the most distressing thing he'd ever heard. Almost like crying, like a voice, but wrong in a way that he couldn't fully articulate. He said it felt directed at him. He said it felt like whatever made it knew that he was there, wanted him to know that it knew, and for him to go. He didn't remember falling. Said he was pushed. He never went back up there, not that night. My mom called the police. While she was on the phone with the dispatcher, Casey appeared at my elbow, tugged my sleeve. He was pointing at the window that faced the back of the property, toward the open desert. I went to the window that he came from and I looked. It was moving fast, low to the ground, maybe a couple 100 yards out in the scrubland. It was small, but not animal small. Not coyote or dog, but small the way that a slight person is small. Upright, 2 legs, moving in a direction parallel to the house at a speed that felt wrong for someone on foot. Not quite running, but faster than a walk should be able to look. The blue light was gone and the desert was dark, but there was enough moon that I could see it as a shape, a shadow against the lighter ground. I stood at my window and Casey stood at his, and we watched it until it moved behind a low rise and didn't come back. We looked at each other across the hallway. Neither of us said anything. 2 officers arrived maybe 20 minutes later. I'm not good with time. By then, we'd heard footsteps in the attic, still. They'd slowed but not stopped. They seemed to be lessened. Both officers stood in the hallway and listened to it. I watched their faces. We all did. They heard it. But they didn't open the hatch. One of them went outside and walked the perimeter of the house with his flashlight. The other stayed inside with us and asked my parents questions in a low voice. Routine questions at first, and then stranger ones. Had we seen any lights in the area before tonight? Had we had any unusual incidents on the property? Had we spoken to any neighbors recently about anything similar? My dad answered carefully. I sat on the couch and listened, and I watched the officers' faces while they were asking questions. It was a neutral face, in a way that felt practiced rather than actually natural. I knew that, by looking at them, that they knew more than they were letting on. We all did. The second officer came back in and spoke quietly to the other. They were near the front door. Then the first one told my dad that they were going to call for additional support because they needed it before opening the attic. While we waited, something shifted in that house. I don't know how to describe it except as a pressure change. The way that air feels and everything feels when you climb an elevation. Except it moved through the rooms rather than coming from outside or nature itself. My mom put her hand on my dad's arm. One of the officers looked up at the ceiling. Everyone could hear it. The footsteps. Then 2 more vehicles pulled up outside, not patrol cars, dark SUVs. 4 men got out, came to the door. They were not police. And yeah, I was 13, so maybe I'm misremembering details. But the impression that I had then, and that my parents have confirmed in every conversation we've had about it since, is that these men were wrong for the situation in a specific way. Their clothes were too neat. Dark slacks, collared shirts, no badges. You couldn't look them in the eye because of their glasses. No uniform, really. Who were they? I don't know. They spoke to the officers outside first, and when they came in, they spoke to my parents in a tone that was polite and completely immovable. How someone speaks when they're asking questions that they know the answers to. They walked the house. They stood in the hallway under the attic hatch for several minutes. They went outside and were out there for a long time. Eventually, one of them came in to my parents, said that our family should plan to stay somewhere else that night. He used the word precautionary. He said it twice. My dad asked why, and the man said that they wanted to take a look at the property, and it would be easier without the family present, and that we'd be able to return the following day. He said a nearby motel would be covered, as if it were a reasonable sentence to say to a family standing in their own home at midnight. My dad is not a man who backs down easily. I watched him look at this man for a long moment. Then he went and got our overnight bags. We drove to the motel in silence. Casey fell asleep in the back seat almost immediately. I watched the desert out the window and didn't sleep for a long time. We were back home by noon the next day. The house was exactly how we'd left it. Nothing visibly disturbed. Nothing obviously searched. Nothing missing that we ever identified. The attic was just the attic. Boxes, decorations. My parents walked every room. My dad went up to the attic, stood there for several minutes and came back down and didn't say what he was looking for, or whether he found it. But I don't think he did. We never received any follow-up. No phone call, no visit, no documentation of any kind. As far as any official record is concerned, I don't believe that night exists anywhere. But here's what I haven't told you yet. Something that all 5 of us saw. When the men in the dark SUV had been there for maybe 40 minutes, while we were still waiting to be told to leave, while my parents were talking to one of the officers near the front door, the blue light came back. All of us outside at that moment turned toward the desert at the same time. It rose from the ground, maybe a half-mile out, maybe less. It wasn't a gradual lift. It was on the ground and then it was moving, straight up, accelerating in a way that felt like a violation of something, like watching a movie played at the wrong speed. It was the same blue-white light that came before. Beneath it for just a moment before it cleared the ground, I could see a shape. Dark against the light, flat at the bottom. No wings, no lights. Not beyond what it was emanating. It was there and then it was gone. Its arrival had been much longer. The departure, short, quick. I looked at all of the adults' faces. The men in the dark slacks. Their faces gave nothing. One of them said something quickly to another. Whatever they were and whatever they knew, they'd seen this before. My dad brought that up last Thanksgiving. He still does. Every year or so, unprompted, usually when there's a quiet moment and the right people are in the room. All I want to be clear about is that my dad, he's a natural storyteller, always has been. He tells that night the way that he tells any good story, with timing and detail and the right pauses in the right places, and people lean in every time. He's made peace with it in a way that lets him own it. The blue light, the attic, the men in the dark slacks. In his hands, it's extraordinary. Something that happened to him and he survived and carries well. I've never really been able to tell it that way. Maybe because I was 13 and he was an adult, we were simply experiencing different nights in different capacities. I don't know, but it could be the figures that Casey and I saw. Something that he didn't necessarily have to wrap his brain around. Not a memory for him. Not part of his story. Just ours. Science has its limits. The laws of the universe control everything that's able to be explained. I know that seems like a very simplistic way to put it, but it's an invisible wall that I've noticed the true scientists stand behind. Because a saucer doesn't abide by our laws of physics, doesn't mean that there's more laws we've yet to discover. And we need to humble ourselves a little bit when we get on that TED Talk stage and scoff at the existence of aliens or ghosts. I was a part of an audience at one highly decorated person's seminar, and this bitch thought it was so beneath them to believe that there could be anything paranormal, and every video on the internet is either a set of pulleys, staged or edited. They proceeded to show the most blatant examples of these tricks that people use to manipulate a gullible audience. I dressed nice that afternoon, wore heels with my outfit. If I hadn't, though, I'd have charged the stage, given her a first-class ticket to see the spirit realm firsthand. No, I wish. I'm a pretty non-confrontational person, but I wanted to. I've always been a bit of a scaredy cat, though, and that's because I do wholeheartedly believe in aliens and ghosts. I have a personal story about one of them that I'd like to share here. If I wasn't such a coward, I might have grabbed that mic from the pseudoscience quack and made my own TED Talk. The crowd may have said amongst themselves, I wonder what that cool chick means by ghosts are real. And, well, I'd tell them this. My grandmother fell into a wishing well and died. My father had spent all summer digging out and draining the well on their property to surprise my mom for their anniversary. As you'd assume, it was quite a laboring process, but when her mom tripped and died at the bottom of the well, it soured the plans to ever complete it. And, upon request from my mom, my dad capped it with a rickety wood lid so other wildlife wouldn't fall in and experience the same fate as sweet Grammy. The most fucked up part about it was that they'd somehow figure out that the fall didn't initially kill her, and she'd actually starved to death down there over a period of a few days. Foliage would soon reclaim the wishing well, partially concealing it beneath the vines, grass. Neither of my parents shared with me the circumstances as to how my grandmother left this earth. So when I was about 8, and I told them that I heard singing in the closed-off well, both of them got more upset than expected. They scolded me, reminded me not to be playing by the well. They had warned that the wooden lid would not hold my weight. I never tried to climb on it, though. Honestly, that area always gave me the willies. Sometimes a ball would take a wrong bounce, roll over to the grassy patch, and I'd hate to go retrieve it because I'd have an overwhelming feeling that I'd be pulled into the well by something. The well wasn't that far from the house. It was on the other side of our gravel driveway, probably 30 yards out in the bushes. Past the well, the trees and brush get thicker, and it leads to the edge of our property. I never went that far. I did my best to spend as little time as possible near the well. That area scared me a lot. It felt like I was constantly being watched by judging eyes. In one unbelievable situation, my dad had gotten me a Lego set for my birthday. He'd hidden it somewhere in the house, but somehow I'd find it, out of its package, set up, sitting on the box. My dad thought that I was sneaking around in their room when I brought it to them, saying, "Look what I found." They refused to believe my story, but realistically couldn't accept that I'd also silently snuck into their bedroom, climbed the shelf in their closet, unboxed the toy, and built it myself in record time, and then lie about it. That was just too psychopathic for an 8-year-old to pull off flawlessly. But if both scenarios were unbelievable, where do you go from there? Don't scare the kid, that's for sure. Blame it on Dad, say that he must have built it. The Toy Story movie had just come out on VHS, and I had a sense of childlike wonder to go along with the conclusion that they made up. If Dad didn't build it, one of my toys did, and that was fine. That was for me, though. My mom and Dad obviously didn't believe that excuse themselves, so I'm sure they were sorting out their own fact and fiction debacles and just not including me in on them. The time I heard the singing in the well, though, I could hear it from the driveway. It echoed up the stone cylinder and into the open air. It was a soft sound that could have been mistaken for the wind if I didn't listen intently to its melodic pattern. It drew me closer to the well, beyond my conscious control. I'd just found myself standing next to the well, listening. The voice was beautiful, and its sweet tone could be heard with clarity when I stood close. By clarity, I mean it was a human's voice, not a moaning pipe or anything else I could have mistaken. I'd describe it as a solo opera soprano. It was lush, expressive singing, rather than heavy and dramatic. The longer I listened, I deciphered the words that were being sung. The lyrics were something around the lines of, join me in the under." I don't know what the under was, but when the song was over and the singing had stopped, it didn't return. I naturally would have been too afraid to look between the decaying wood slats to try and get a look into the well. But when the wind was once again the only music in the air, my stomach started turning like a roller coaster. I snapped out of this hypnotic state that I was in, and I caught myself climbing on the side of the well. One of my legs was already planted on the lid, and I was about to fully pull myself up when my brain finally logged back on and said, "What am I doing?" I froze and gently let myself back down. The feeling of dread quickly overwhelmed me like normal, and I ran back to the house. Eventually, the whole well would get filled in with concrete. My parents would downplay the paranormal anomalies till this very day. They're not scientists. My dad works for a grocery store, and my mom's a retired librarian. Even with these professions, they still vehemently deny the possibility of something otherworldly happening. So did they believe that I hadn't set up the Legos myself? You can't have both. They said they did with no further explanation. We swept it under the rug like all healthy families do, and that's why 20 years later, I'm having intrusive thoughts at a TED Talk, wanting to assault this scientist bitch for unresolved issues in my childhood. I guess I got a lot of shit I need to be working through. But thanks for letting me vent. This happened a few days ago. I haven't told anyone because I don't know how to say it without sounding insane, so I'm just gonna say it here, where everyone sounds a little insane. I was at a grocery store. Normal Tuesday afternoon. Normal store that I've been going to for several years. I was in the cereal aisle, and there was a woman at the far end, maybe 60, gray coat, standing there facing the shelves. Nothing weird. I went about my shopping. I saw her again in the frozen section. Same woman. Gray coat facing the shelves. Fine. Dairy aisle. Same woman, same position. Not shopping. Not looking at her phone, just standing with her back to me, facing whatever was in front of her. I told myself that I kept looping around the same aisles. The store isn't big. It's possible. I went to check out. There are 4 registers. I got in line and looked up, and she was standing in the express lane ahead of me. And this time she turned around and looked directly at me. This next part. I've been turning it over for 3 days. I keep landing in the same place. Her face was completely calm. Just calm. The specific calm of someone who's been watching you for a long time and isn't surprised to see you, or that you've finally noticed. She paid and left. I stood at the register, and the cashier asked me twice if I was ready, and I couldn't answer her. Eventually I did. Started getting my payment ready. I looked out the window, and the woman was standing there, looking inside at me, or maybe the cashier. Do you know that woman? I asked the cashier. Who? She said. I looked back and the woman was gone. The woman that was just ahead of me. The cashier looked confused. You're my first customer in a while, ma'am. I don't know who that woman was or what she was. I just know that I drove home a slightly different way than usual, and I've been thinking about her face ever since. I don't know what I'm asking. I guess I just needed to tell someone. Something happened in my apartment a couple weeks ago, and I'm mentioning it because I still don't have an explanation, and I've stopped looking for one, but I wanted to share. I have a chair in my bedroom that I've had for years. It sits in the corner by the window, and I use it to throw clothes on mostly. It faces the window. Always has since I moved in. I woke up one morning, and it was facing the bed. Not angled slightly, it was directly facing the bed. The way you'd position a chair if you wanted to sit in it and watch someone sleep. I don't sleepwalk, and I do live alone. The windows were locked. The apartment's always locked. Nothing else in the apartment was moved or disturbed in any way. Dishes are where I left them. Nothing's missing. Everything exactly as it was, except for the chair facing the wrong direction. I turned it back and went to work. I haven't woken up to it, moved again. Nothing else has happened. I'm not scared exactly. I guess I just think about it sometimes when I'm falling asleep, like now. The chair in the corner facing the window, making sure that it's still facing the window. So far, so good. Here's the email I promised to share. I took out the official name of the Metro service to avoid any sort of defamation case that I'm sure they'd be petty enough to pursue. To whom it may concern, my name is Caroline B., and this is my letter of resignation. I drove the night owl service route. This will be the shortest amount of time that I've ever served at a job, and I feel awfully embarrassed having to do it, but I've been left with no other options. After the multiple concerns that I've noted on my route, they were submitted both in writing and verbal, with no response from management. Attached are these notes again. I do hope that you read through them before scheduling someone to take my shift. Wednesday, February 18th, 1:42 a.m., Jefferson Road. There was no one present in the bus shelter while approaching the stop. As I got closer, the lights flickered inside the covered structure, and I noticed what looked to be blood splatter on the glass, walls, and plastic seats of the shelter. A lot of blood. I notified police and transit dispatch of what I'd come across. Monday, February 23rd, 3:03 a.m., Polar and 9th. An elderly man got on looking disoriented. He asked me about an upcoming destination. I confirmed it was on the route, and he went to sit down. When I reached his stop, I looked in the rearview mirror, and the elderly man was no longer on the bus. I put the bus into park right there. I did a thorough inspection up and down the seats, and I couldn't find him again. Is there any way that someone could review what the bus camera recorded that night and follow up with me? I feel extremely unsettled after this. Monday, March 2nd, 2:50 a.m. I've previously put in a request to replace the light bulbs inside the shelter. All of them are now completely burnt out. This turns our normally warm and inviting seating area into a black box hidden in the trees. I'm unable to see if anyone's in there until I come to a complete stop, and my sliding doors are facing the open hole of the shelter. With the small amount of light casted by the surrounding street lamps, I could see that there were bodies standing in there when I stopped tonight. Multiple, I'd say 3 or 4. But upon opening the door, all the silhouettes inside froze still. Nobody approached the bus from the darkness. I said, "Y'all coming aboard?" And I waited for a response that never came. It felt like I was in a dangerous situation, so I closed the doors and continued on my way. This will be my second request to replace the light bulbs on Polar and 4th. I'm asking with urgency, as this could be a matter of safety for not only me, but the riders as well. Thursday, March 19th, 3:50 a.m., Turner and Wallace. There were 2 sets of glowing eyes standing at human level on the side of the road. Not knowing if they would stumble into the road, I slowed down and entered the other lane to avoid them. There were no other cars on the road coming in any direction. I felt safe making the small maneuver to avoid the potential accident. After passing the 2 individuals, I looked back into the mirror. I saw that the glowing eyes were now chasing the bus and keeping pace with its speed for around a mile. At one point, the eyes got close enough to where I couldn't see them over the back of the bus. At the end of the night, when I returned to the bus barn, I did my final check before turning in the keys, and on the rear bumper of the bus, I found a black tar-like substance in the form of 4 handprints. One pair of hands were much smaller than the rest. It resembled a finger painting project that a mother and a child had done, but just 2 sets of handprints, one big and one small. All in the stickiest material I've ever encountered. I have yet to get it off of my uniform. Thursday, March 26th, Polar and 4th. The lights in the shelter have still not been replaced. Tonight, as I approached, I heard a woman screaming at the top of her lungs for help. It was so loud that I could hear it with all of the windows being up. I realized it was coming from inside the dark bus shelter. Even with the streetlights, this time I was unable to see anyone inside. But the sound was clearly coming from there. Ignoring any better judgment, I put the bus into park and exited with a mag flashlight because I genuinely believed there was a woman somewhere out there being killed. I rushed into the shelter with my flashlight, rapidly scanning the surroundings. The sound of screaming was incredibly loud once I stepped in, but the light never caught where it was coming from. No people or speakers. Then, cries for help turned into a sinister giggle. My ears narrowed its source to coming from directly above me. This made me drop the mag light. I was unable to retrieve it before running to the bus. I put a ticket in to replace the mag flashlight on bus 542. I also put a ticket in for a new uniform, but I have yet to receive it. I no longer feel comfortable driving this route. or being part of the night owl service team. I'm requesting a transfer to the daytime driving. If there's any available shifts, I'd much rather take that than having to search for other employment. That's it. They obviously didn't change my shift, so I'm sending this letter to the highest up email I can find, negating my manager altogether. I hope she gets her ass fired, too. I have to keep those emails as professional as possible from what I wanted to say, because every incident was utterly terrifying. But I can't have my complaints be about paranormal stuff. I'd look crazy. Half the stuff I didn't even bother reporting because it didn't affect me. I'd constantly see ghosts on Polar in the early hours of the morning. I know the history of this town, but when you see a translucent bearded man holding a shovel walking past your bus, it's easier not to think about, I guess. It could have been a ghost, or I could have been looking at it wrong. Either way, he's got his business to attend to, and so do I. It's when they start interacting with me. That's what I don't want. I refuse to give them my essence or energy. I don't know what, why, or how they do their thing, and I have no interest in learning more. The bus route turned into a perverse spiritual voyeurism that I didn't consent to being a part of. I could no longer accept these ghosts exposing themselves to me as normal, and I had to put an end to it because the management at Metro never replied to my emails. Following up on my original post, I'd find out later I was sending all of my emails to an automated no-reply account, so nobody received anything prior to my resignation. I study history. That's not a disclaimer, it's relevant. I spent 3 years in a PhD program parsing primary sources, learning to be suspicious of antidotes, learning to demand evidence before belief. I guess I say this because what took me so long to ask anyone about what was happening wasn't fear exactly. It was embarrassment. I was supposed to be the person who knew how things worked. I moved into the Charles Street apartment in September, at the start of my second year. Ground floor unit in a building that went up sometime in the 1860s, and in Greenwich Village terms means practically new. The neighborhood was already old by then, already layered, already carrying more history per square block than most cities manage in their entirety. I loved that about it. I'd chosen the village specifically, had written about it, knew that Washington Square Park was built over a potter's field where 20,000 of the city's poor were buried and never moved. I knew that in 1822, a yellow fever epidemic sent thousands fleeing north from lower Manhattan, and so many of them stayed that the neighborhood's population quadrupled in 15 years. I liked living somewhere that had absorbed that much time. It felt serious. I took myself seriously. The first night it happened, I'd been asleep for maybe 2 hours. I woke up crying. Not the slow fade of a bad dream. Fully awake, sitting up, tears already on my face and more coming. This was a sustained weeping that belonged to genuine grief. Except I wasn't grieving anything. My life was fine. I was tired and stressed about my coursework and a little lonely in a new apartment, but nothing that warranted this. I sat in the dark and I cried for a long time. I couldn't find a reason for it anywhere inside of me. I told myself that it was the move, accumulated stress, the body finding a release valve. It happened again 4 nights later. Same sudden waking, same complete absence of a dream that I could point to. And it was that same grief that felt enormous and sourceless, not quite like mine. That's the detail I kept returning to in the days afterward. The feeling that the sorrow had a particular shape I didn't recognize, like wearing someone else's coat. It fit, but wrong, and that scared me. By the third time, I started sleeping with the light on. This helped nothing except that I could confirm, sitting up weeping at 2 a.m., that I was alone in the room. I began to take careful mental inventory each time it happened. Was I sick? Was I drinking too much coffee? Was there a gas leak? Carbon monoxide issue? Was there any structural reason that a person might wake in the night with their nervous system convinced of loss they couldn't name? I ruled things out methodically. It's what I knew how to do. What I didn't do for almost 2 months was ask anyone. There was a woman named Clara who lived 3 doors down, 70s, sharp, had been on the block since the early 80s. I'd helped her with her groceries a few times, stood on the sidewalk talking longer than I expected to each time. She had a gray cat named something in Italian that I could never remember, and opinions about the neighborhood's architectural history that were more detailed than most things I'd read. I liked her immediately, but asking her, or anyone, felt like confessing something I wasn't ready to confess, that I was waking up crying for no reason, that my apartment felt occupied in a way I couldn't explain, that I, a second-year history PhD student who had opinions about the unreliability of eyewitness testimony, was starting to wonder if something was wrong with my building or with me. I held out until November, and then on a random afternoon, cold, the light already going by 4 o'clock, I'd helped Clara in from the street with 2 bags, and she'd invited me in for some tea. I said yes because I was tired of my own apartment and my own circular thoughts. We sat in her kitchen, and she asked how I was settling in, and I heard myself say, before I'd fully decided to, "Can I ask you something about my building, my apartment?" She looked at me over her tea in a way that was neither surprised nor particularly alarmed. I told her the minimum, waking up crying for no reason, more than once, the feeling that the grief wasn't entirely mine. I felt ridiculous saying it out loud, and I told her that too. I told her about dreams I'd had, dreams of someone else crying. She was quiet for a moment. Then she got up and she went to the other room, came back with a book, old. It had a cracked spine. You could tell it had been opened many times to the same pages. She set it on the table in front of me and tapped a page near the back. "You're not the first," she said. "Not even close." I read the passage twice. A ground floor apartment on Charles Street. A house guest waking up in the night, overcome with weeping. A grief that she had no cause for. A sorrow that felt borrowed. A presence. A name. Mary Boyd. A document that she'd been looking for since 1866, when a landlord had disputed her family's claim to the house. The accident had been written up, verified, the historical details cross-referenced and confirmed. I sat with that for a long while. What I felt wasn't triumph, wasn't the relief I expected. It was something more complicated. This strange tenderness of understanding that the grief I'd been waking up to inside for 2 months belonged to a woman who'd been trying to hold on to something for over 150 years. A piece of paper that her father had given her, a house that was hers. She wasn't malevolent. She wasn't even, I think, fully aware of me. She was just still there, still feeling what she'd felt. Sometimes the feeling was large enough to reach whoever was sleeping closest. I didn't stop waking up after that. Understanding it didn't change what it was. I stayed through the end of the academic year because I'd signed a lease, and because part of me, the historian part, felt something close to reverence for what I was living alongside. But I didn't renew. I couldn't. There's a limit to how many nights you can hold someone else's grief before it starts to blur with your own. Before you can't remember in the morning which sorrow belongs to you. And I think about her sometimes still, Mary Boyd, who wanted so badly for someone to find the paper, to confirm what she already knew, that it was hers. That she had been there, and it had mattered. I only hope that someone finding it would allow her to get some rest. But maybe that's just not how these things work. Last spring, I started searching for my birth parents. I'm adopted, and I've known since I was 4. It was never a secret. And for most of my life, I genuinely didn't feel the pull to look. My parents are my parents. That hasn't changed, and it won't. But I turned 32 in March, and something shifted. Not urgency exactly. More like a quiet that had been sitting in me finally got loud enough to hear. I wanted to know where I came from, medical history maybe, a face that looked like mine. I didn't let myself want too much, not more than that. I'd been searching for maybe 3 weeks when I first saw this woman. I was in the cereal aisle of a grocery store. Random morning, completely ordinary for me. I was tired and undercaffeinated. I was staring at the wrong shelf for too long, and I looked up. At the far end of the aisle, there was a woman standing very still, just watching me. She was maybe 50, dark hair going gray at the temples, wearing a light-colored jacket. What was remarkable was the quality of her attention, not what she looked like. She wasn't glancing at me the way that you glance at a stranger who's in your way. She was looking at me the way you look at someone you know. Steady and certain, and a little sad. I looked back at the shelf, reached for what I needed, looked up again, and she was gone. I didn't think about it after that. People stare, it happens. But I saw her again 4 days later, in a completely different city. I'd driven about 40 minutes for a work thing, walking back to my car through a parking structure. And there she was, on the level below me. Same stillness, same quality of attention, directed upward this time, directly at my face. I stopped walking. We looked at each other through 2 levels of concrete and fluorescent light, and I had that same feeling, not fear, more like the particular unease of being known by someone you don't recognize. I took 1 step toward the ramp, and she was gone. That night I sat with it longer than I wanted to. Same woman, different city, same expression. I told myself, coincidence, right? Maybe I was wrong. I told myself that I was tired and emotionally raw from the search and projecting something onto a stranger's face. I almost convinced myself. The 3rd time was outside a coffee shop. 5 days after the parking structure. She was across the street, half in shadow, and this time she didn't wait. She was gone before I could do anything but register that it was her again, the same woman, and I was certain. I started to feel followed in a way that I couldn't fully justify. I wasn't threatened. That's the thing I remember feeling right away. I was never frightened exactly, just unsettled. I felt nothing but positivity and strangeness, like being watched by someone who meant well but didn't know how to make themselves known or how to make you feel comfortable. The search was not going well for my parents. I'd hit a wall with the agency and had mostly resigned myself to waiting when a cousin of mine, distant, someone I'd only met twice, reached out after seeing something I'd posted in a genealogy group. She had a name, she had an address, old, and a phone number that was long disconnected. She had, she said, a photograph. She emailed it to me. I want to be precise about what happened when I opened it, because I think precision is the only thing I've got left to offer here. I opened the photograph, and I saw the woman from the grocery store, from the parking structure, from across the street. Same face, same dark hair, younger in the photo, but unmistakable. My birth mother, my cousin confirmed. Her name was Patricia. She'd never stopped looking for me, apparently. Had registered with every reunion database that she could find, had told family members to watch for anyone asking questions. She had wanted to be found. I sat with that for a long time before I asked the next question. My cousin's answer was gentle. I could tell that she'd been preparing for it. Patricia had passed away 11 years ago. A long illness, very quiet at the end. She hadn't wanted any fuss. 11 years. I saw her in that grocery store last spring. I saw her in a parking structure, 40 minutes from my house. I saw her watching me with an expression I now recognize because I've seen it in the mirror. That specific look of someone trying to memorize a face that they're afraid they won't see again. She'd wanted to be found, and I'd finally started looking. I don't really know what to do with that. I don't know if she came to me or if something about my searching reached her somehow, crossed whatever distance exists between here and wherever she is now. I don't know if it matters. I do know that I have the photograph on my phone, and sometimes I take it out and look at it, think about a woman who never stopped registering with databases and telling family members to watch, who waited 11 years past her own death for her daughter to finally ask the question. In the end, she found me first. I don't know if you'll use this. Honestly, I don't know why I'm sending it, except that Roy's been gone for about 6 months now, and this story's been sitting with me ever since he told it, and it feels wrong to let it die with him. We met on a job outside of Fresno in summer of '79, citrus work mostly. This work moves you up and down the valley depending on the season. Roy was from outside Flagstaff originally, but he'd been drifting west since his mid-20s, picking up ranch work where he could find it. He wasn't a talker. I guess that's something to know. I've known a lot of men who work that circuit, and most of them will tell you anything after a long enough day, but Roy wasn't like that. He kept things close. So when he told me this, one night, with the fire going and nobody else around, I knew he wasn't the kind of man who embellished. He'd spent about 2 weeks the previous fall on a ranch property outside of a small town called Newberry Park, north of Los Angeles. He said that the land felt old in a way that California land sometimes does, like it had been through more than it looked. The house itself was low and plain, white painted. It was something that didn't call attention to itself, he'd say. A couple of acres around it, the rest open, dry hills behind the property. He said in the mornings there was a stillness out there that felt less like quiet and more like the land was holding something in. He'd been hired to clear a fence line, do general maintenance before winter, grunt work. Roy knew it well. Posts that needed resetting, wire that had gone slack, sections of the yard that had grown over. The family was friendly enough, but left him mostly alone, which suited him. He'd bring a thermos out in the morning, work until the heat peaked, break in the shade of the house, go back at it until the light changed. He said he liked that job, able to empty his head out. The well was the first thing that didn't sit right with him. It was old, dry, capped with a piece of plywood weighted down with a rock. Not sealed, just covered. Like how you'd cover something up that you didn't want to look at rather than something you'd dealt with. It sat maybe 40 feet from the far fence line, off to the side of the yard, where the grass had gone patchy and pale. Roy said he'd noticed it on his first day. He kept his distance from it without knowing quite why. Sometime in his first week, he asked the man who hired him about the well. Got a short answer. Out of use, been that way since we bought the place. The man moved on to something else. Roy said that he didn't push it, but he thought about that well more than he thought about anything else the rest of the job. Something about the way the answer came, flat and rehearsed and dismissive. It had been given before. It was shortly after that conversation, maybe a few days, that Roy saw the boy. It was morning, maybe 9 o'clock. Full sun already climbing. He was working the far fence line, the side of the property where the yard opened up wide behind the house, and the hills sat pale and dry in the distance. He said the light was strong that day. How light gets out there in October. The air has gone thin and clean, and everything has a hard edge to it. Good working weather. He was focused on a post that had been heeled over, and he was pulling the wire with it. He had crouched down, working at the base of it for a few minutes. When he stood up to stretch it back, he looked down the fence line and saw the boy. Young, 9 or 10, maybe younger, standing very still, about 30 feet away, just inside the fence line, watching him. Roy said his first thought was that one of his neighbor's kids had come over, or maybe a grandchild of the family that he hadn't met. He straightened up and raised a hand. The boy didn't move, didn't wave back, just stood there. Roy said he held that for a moment, hand up, waiting, and something started to feel wrong without him being able to say what it was. The kid wasn't fidgeting, wasn't doing anything that kids do when they've been caught watching a stranger. Just completely still, like a photograph. And then he noticed the fence behind the boy. He could see it. The posts, the wire, the dry grass beyond them and the hill beyond that. All of it visible, right through the middle of the child, standing 30 feet away in the morning sun. Roy told me that he didn't run. He said something in him went very quiet, and he just stood there, hand still half raised, trying to make what he was seeing fit into something reasonable. He stared long enough that it should have become something else. A trick of the light, a heat shimmer, his eyes playing off the wire. But it didn't become anything else. It stayed exactly what it was. A boy standing in the yard, and the world showing right through him, watching Roy work. He said he finally looked away because he had to. Something in him just couldn't hold it any longer. And when he looked back, the boy was gone. Fence line empty, hills behind it. He finished the job, all 3 weeks. He said he didn't see the boy again, but he felt watched for the rest of the time, especially near the end of the fence, especially in the mornings when the light came in low across the yard. He never went near the well again, if he could help it. He never mentioned any of it to the family. He picked up his last check, drove north, didn't talk about it for almost a year. The night he told me, he said one thing that stayed with him ever since, and it stayed with me. He said that the kid definitely wasn't lost or scared. He was standing there like it was his yard, and Roy was the stranger. I don't know whose yard it was before. I don't know what happened on that property or who that boy was or how he ended up in a capped well in the middle of a ranch outside of a town that most people have never heard of. Maybe nobody does. But Roy definitely saw him, and Roy didn't lie. He also didn't spook easy. And now he's gone, and this is the only place that I could think to send this story. So, do with it what you will. Thanks. I never actually told anyone this. Not my mom, my friends, not the guys I work with. but I've been listening to this podcast for about 8 months now. I figure if there's anywhere to say it out loud, it's here. I moved into my apartment on Riverside Drive 3 years ago. 4th floor corner unit. The building is old. Radiators knock in the middle of the night, and the hallways smell like other people's cooking from decades ago. I actually liked it, at first. At some point, early on, I woke up around 2 a.m. It was to the sound of voices. The first time, I thought I was dreaming. The sound was low, like a conversation happening just below the threshold of words. I laid still and listened, and the more I listened, the more I could almost make them out. Not what they were saying, but like the texture of it. 2 people, one voice rising, one staying flat and cold. I sat up and there were 3 of them standing near the door. I don't know how else to say it. 3 figures, standing loosely, the way people stand when they're waiting for something. I could see them clearly enough, shapes of people, not shadows. I wasn't dreaming. And then I said something. I don't even remember what. Something stupid like, hey, or who's there? And they were gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, but I did allow myself to believe that I was just stressed out. I had started a new job. I wasn't eating great. There are 1,000 reasonable explanations for seeing things at 2 a.m. That's what I told myself anyway. It did happen 4 more times over the next year, though, and I was never able to explain it. Always near the door. Always the same low sound of conversation that I couldn't quite catch. Twice, it was 3 figures. Once, it was just one, a man, standing with his back to me, broad through the shoulders, wearing something light-colored. The last time he turned around, out of pure fear, I grabbed the first thing that my hand found, and I threw it, which was a book on my nightstand. I hit him. I heard it, a dull thud, like it had connected with something solid, and then it dropped straight down to the floor, and he was gone. I sat there in the dark with my heart slamming against my chest, and I just stared at the book on the floor and thought, that's not how that's supposed to work. I started asking questions after that. The super had managed the building for over a decade, and didn't know much. But he pointed me towards a woman, someone on the 7th floor who had lived there since the 80s. He was rather dismissive, but I ended up getting along with her quite well. She remembered things, the way old-timers do, sort of in fragments, offered sideways. She mentioned that someone had died in my unit a long time ago, a young girl. She didn't know the details, only that it had been ruled a suicide, that the family had moved out afterwards. I pulled old newspaper archives online. It took a little while, but I found a small item, 3 paragraphs buried, about a young woman who had worked as a domestic in the building around 1910. She'd been accused of stealing by the family she worked for. She jumped from the window. The window in my bedroom. After mulling that over for a minute, I kept looking because I couldn't stop, because that's who I am, and that's when it got stranger. The family that she'd worked for had their own history in that apartment, a story involving a husband, a wife, and someone who shouldn't have been in the middle. I guess I don't know exactly what happened in that apartment before I moved in. I just know what the records suggest, and I know what I've seen. I know that a book hits something solid in the dark, and I can't explain that. I'm not really asking for an explanation. I'm not sure I want one. I was never really sure that the woman on the 7th floor believed me. So I guess I just needed to say it somewhere that someone might believe me. And now I can let it go. Maybe. Ghosts weren't really a thing for me until we moved into a new house and I was 12. I didn't care about house shopping. I stayed home while my family looked, so the first time I saw the place was moving day. I walked in, and the first dumb thing I said was, "Did somebody die here?" My mom stopped putting boxes down, hesitated, and told me yes. The original owner's husband had died there, and they'd bought it from the widow. I didn't know any of the details, just the kind of children's corner facts that stick. Basement, old man, widow. But even at 12, you notice stuff. The hallway to the laundry room in the basement felt bad the moment you stepped into it. Almost like a room where the heater was turned on full blast and there's no window, so it's suffocating. I don't know how else to describe it, but bad. The TV room at the other end of the hall was fine most days, but that laundry hallway had a weight to it. At first, it was little things. Shadows that split off the corner of your eye and vanish when you look directly. Light bulbs in the laundry room that popped or exploded for no reason. The TV downstairs would flicker like it was trying to show static but couldn't quite get there. My sister swore that she saw red eyes in the dark once, and sometimes she'd say that she could see kids running around in the corner of the room. Kids that would vanish when she blinked. I never saw the kids myself. My experience was more the creeping kind of fear. The sort that lives in your chest. Nightmares started. Not the usual teenage I failed the test nightmares. The ones where I'd wake up drenched and feel like I'd been dragged down the stairs. I dreamed that I was in my bedroom, and then I'd be moving, like a rope pulling me, down and down into the hallway, toward the laundry room. Then I'd snap back awake for a second. My legs would feel like lead. When you came back upstairs from going down there, you didn't walk. You ran. Like something wanted you to hurry so it could follow. We all tried to be reasonable about it. We'd blame wiring when the bulbs popped. We'd say mice or draft for shadows. Once or twice we actually asked it to stop. Like you could reason with whatever was left in the house. The bulbs didn't explode again after that, though, which felt like a win, even if everything else kept sliding sideways. I think the thing that made me stop pretending that it wasn't all just quirks was when my parents decided to renovate my room. That meant that I had to move out of my upstairs bedroom and into the TV room down in the basement while they worked. Not the laundry side hallway, thank God, but the other end of the basement just the same. I set up a mattress, a lamp, my books, the stupid posters that my sister made me hang. It felt like exile. Honestly, until I settled into it. I told myself being down there would prove nothing. I'd face it head on and be brave. The first few nights were a blur of nervous energy and childish bravado. I told stories into the dark, dared myself to call whatever it was by name. And then one night, alone and stupid with the lights off because I thought I was past being scared, I heard something. It was a sound like someone took a baseball bat to the ductwork right above my head. A boom radiated. The noise hit like thunder. It reverberated through the floor and into my teeth. I didn't move at first. My body was a paperweight. And then I crawled under my blankets, kept my eyes open until dawn, like a child who knows monsters are patient. That sound was not the house settling. It was violent. The sound of something showing you it could reach you. The next morning I climbed up onto the mattress and grabbed the dropped ceiling tile like one of those kids in a movie who's about to find something terrible. And directly above where my head had been was a furnace duct. It looked fine if you measured by daylight, but there were dents in it, a long gouge, like something had struck it hard. Not a hairline scratch, an impact mark. You get it from blunt force. Nothing else in the basement explained it. I really didn't sleep well after that. I didn't want to be downstairs anymore. so my parents allowed me to sleep in the living room. I really didn't appreciate the basement after that, more than I already hadn't. I definitely wasn't one of those people who stayed living at home forever. As soon as I could get my own place, I did. However, that place cannot be avoided. Even years later, when I go back to visit my parents, there was one time the feeling came back full-fledged. I remember being in the kitchen, the hair on my arms prickling, my body angling, as if something in the house had turned its head towards me. The dread was familiar. It didn't need to make a noise or show itself. It was just there. Once, when my youngest was small, we were staying at my parents' house overnight. He woke up in the middle of the night crying about a man in the basement who wanted to play. My mother brushed it off. Kids have dreams. But later at breakfast, she looked tired, the way people look when they've been up all night. I told myself not to sound like a crank. Mom still lives there. I visit on holidays and I sit in the living room, try not to think about the laundry hallway. What I learned, and I say this like a person who used to be a kid telling a grown-up, is that some things that linger aren't seeking kindness or reconciliation. They're not lonely in any human way. There's some malice in their attention. The small, cold enjoyment when you know you've been noticed. I just had this sense, when I was there, of being cataloged, measured, kept. It's odd. There are other stories. My eldest met something once in his grandparents' house that I'll tell you another time. For now, all I have is the memory of that boom, the dent in the duct, and just that laundry room in general. Quiet in the way that a room is quiet when everyone is pretending nothing is wrong. I guess sometimes prefer to chalk it up to wiring or ignore it completely. It's cleaner. Maybe it lets you sleep. I had been driving for hours. The heat had finally started to give way to the cold as the sun set. The road stretched endlessly ahead of me, a thin ribbon of asphalt cutting through a desolate expanse of nothing. No signs of life, just sand, rocks, the occasional distant mountain peak. My old but otherwise reliable car rattled along, sputtering more than usual. I should have gotten it checked before this trip, but I'd been in a hurry. A cross-country drive through the desert. It sounded like a great idea at the time. Escape from everything, a bit of solitude. Now I wasn't so sure. The gas gauge had been inching towards empty for the last hour. I kept telling myself I'd see a gas station soon, but it had been miles since the last one. Probably long closed by now. Suddenly my car lurched, the engine coughing violently before dying completely. I managed to pull it off to the side of the road, the tires crunching against the sand. I sat in silence while I stopped, gripping the steering wheel, and the realization sinking in. I was stranded, alone, in the middle of nowhere. I popped the hood, hoping it was something simple. Maybe it had overheated. But as I stared blankly at the engine, I knew I was in over my head. Mechanics had never been my thing, and the rapidly dimming light really didn't help. I was basically alone in growing darkness. I had driven so far off the beaten path that there were no passing cars, no signs of civilization, and now here I was, right in the middle of nothing. I tried to think rationally, but no phone, no way to call for help. All I could do was wait, hoping that somebody would pass by eventually. But the more time that passed, the hope began to fade. The temperature had dropped sharply, the heat of the day replaced by a biting cold. I rummaged through the back seat for a jacket, pulling it tight around myself as I leaned against the car, listening. There was something unsettling about the silence of the desert at night. Too quiet, too still. Hours passed. Every now and then I thought I heard something, faint, distant sounds that carried on the wind. At first, I dismissed them as tricks of the mind, but they grew more distinct. A soft shuffling, like footsteps crunching through the sand. I tensed up, straining my ears, and there it was again, closer this time. I stood up, scanning the desert around me, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness, just the endless stretch of sand and shadows. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A figure, far off just at the edge of the road, walking slowly towards me. My heart began to race, and a chill crept up my spine. Who else would be out here, in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere? As the figure drew closer, I could make out more details. It was tall and thin, draped in tattered clothing that flapped in the wind. Now, standing outside the car, I called out, my voice shaky. "Hey, are you okay?" No response. The figure kept moving, slow but deliberate. Something was wrong. I backed up, trying to put my car between me and it. My pulse was in my ears. The figure was close now, close enough that I could see its face. But I couldn't really see a face. There was nothing. Just hollow, dark voids where the eyes should be, where the nose should be. The thing, whatever it was, it stopped at the front of my car, its empty gaze locked on me. I stumbled backwards, my legs barely working. It didn't follow. It just stood there, watching, waiting. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it turned and began to walk away, back into the dark. I watched, unable to move, until it was out of sight completely, swallowed by the night. I did not sleep. I stayed in my car, huddled in the back seat, clutching the seatbelt like it was some sort of lifeline. Every sound had me on edge. Every gust of wind sent my heart racing, but nothing else came. No cars, no figures, no help. By morning, I was exhausted but alive. The desert was as empty as it had been the day before. The events of the night seeming almost like a dream. Almost. The sun started to cast a harsh light. I took a deep breath and decided that I had no choice but to start walking. I grabbed a bottle of water from the back seat, put on my jacket, and set off down the road. I didn't know how far I'd get before I needed help, but staying in the car felt like waiting for death. I had only been walking for maybe an hour when I heard it, the distant hum of an engine. I turned, my heart leaping as I saw a vehicle approaching, a dusty pickup truck, old but sturdy. It came into view. I waved my arms frantically, desperate for them to see me. The truck slowed to a stop, and an older man, probably his late 60s, leaned out the window. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and had the kind of leathery skin you get from years in the sun. "You stranded?" he asked in a gravelly voice, his eyes scanning the empty road behind me. "Yeah," I said, my voice cracking with relief. "My car broke down back there. I've been stuck all night." He nodded like he'd seen it 1,000 times before. "Not much traffic out here this time of year. Hop in, I'll take you to the next town. We'll get you sorted out." I climbed in the passenger seat. His words were such relief. The warmth of the truck's interior was a welcome relief from the cold desert morning. I obviously didn't say anything to the old man about the figure I'd seen, but I don't think I was out there long enough to be hallucinating. Still, it didn't really feel real anymore. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there with me, though. Something that didn't belong to the world that I had known so far. The next town was only 30 miles away, though it felt like an eternity had passed since I'd seen civilization. The old man dropped me off at a garage where I arranged to have my car towed. The mechanic told me the engine was beyond saving, too old, too neglected. I didn't argue. I ended up taking a bus home, cutting my trip short. I never made that drive again, and I still wonder sometimes, what did I see that night? And has anyone else ever seen it too? Some of my earliest memories are of visiting my grandparents' house. It was a cozy little place, faded floral wallpaper, the scent of old books and coffee. My grandmother was always in the kitchen, humming as she would be baking something sweet. And my grandfather wasn't much of a talker. He was a quiet man, always sitting in his favorite chair by the window. I remember the way that he'd sit there, watching the world outside, barely acknowledging anyone with more than a nod. He never played with me or spoke, but I never thought much of it. I was just a toddler, happy to be in the presence of family. When my grandmother passed away, I was about 3 or 4. After that, we stopped visiting the house and life moved on. I don't remember seeing my grandfather again after my grandmother was gone. Years later, when I was around 13, I was at home when something small but familiar caught my eye. My parents had moved my grandfather's old chair into our living room, the same one that he'd always had. I guess it was in storage. I smiled at the memory, running my fingers over the worn fabric. Casually, I said, "I remember Grandpa sitting in this chair all the time when we visited. He never talked, though. Why was he so quiet?" I expected a chuckle or a fond story, but instead, my parents went silent. They exchanged a glance, one of those looks that said 1,000 words without saying a thing. Finally, my mom cleared her throat. "Honey," she said slowly, "your grandfather died before you were born." I laughed at first, thinking she was joking, but their serious faces told me otherwise. I had memories of a man I'd never met, and he'd been sitting in that chair the whole time. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I know better. It happened when I was in middle school. Our drama teacher, Mr. Whalen, died in a way that left a chill in the air long after his body was taken away. He wasn't old, not old enough for a heart attack at least, but something took him that night. Something that didn't belong in our world, I'm pretty sure. My older brother was in the school play, a small part with barely any lines, but Mr. Whalen was strict. He insisted every cast member attend every rehearsal, no matter how insignificant their role. Even those who weren't in the play, like me, were dragged along. My job was to keep out of the way, so I spent hours in the back rows of the auditorium, doing my homework by the dim light of the worn-out lamp. The auditorium itself was ancient, nearly a century old, and its age showed in the creaking floorboards and the peeling paint on the walls. It stood separate from the main school building across the street, like it was trying to distance itself from the present. The place had a reputation. Everyone knew it was haunted, but no one talked about it openly. The teachers dismissed the whispers, but we all knew better. We knew not to be caught in there alone. I hated that auditorium. The only real light was the harsh spotlight on the stage, leaving the rest of the seats swallowed in shadows. The darkness felt alive, like it was waiting for something. or someone. The smell of chlorine was always in the air, strong, suffocating, especially on nights like this one, when the storm outside seemed to seep into the very bones of the building. The smell of chlorine was always strongest on rainy days. The old building had leaks, and the dampness seemed to draw out the scent, clinging to the seats like it was embedded in the very fabric. I never understood why it smelled like that. There was no pool anywhere nearby, but that was just one of the many oddities about the auditorium. Mr. Whalen seemed to be the only teacher who didn't mind spending hours in there. In fact, he seemed to revel in it. Like the creaking boards and the dim lighting were his stage just as much as the one up front. On the night it happened, the weather was awful. A storm had rolled in, drenching the city in sheets of rain and lighting up the sky with jagged bolts of lightning. Inside the auditorium, the storm sounded like a constant roar, the wind battering the walls and the rain pounding on the roof. Rehearsal had gone late, the storm delaying some of the cast from arriving on time, and the tension in the air was palpable. Mr. Whalen had been unusually agitated all evening, snapping at the students for the smallest mistakes, pacing the stage like he was looking for something. I was in my usual spot, huddled in one of the back rows with my books, trying to focus on my homework. The lamp wasn't doing much against the oppressive darkness that seemed to have swallowed the entire room, and the storm outside didn't help either. Every time lightning flashed, the auditorium was briefly illuminated, revealing the empty seats stretching out like a sea of shadows, before plunging back into the darkness. Each flash made my heart race a little faster, but I kept my head down, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Mr. Whalen had decided to do some work on the catwalk that night, something about adjusting the lights for the upcoming performance. The ladder leading up to it was old and rickety, but he insisted on doing it himself. I remember hearing the metallic creaks as he climbed up, the sound echoing in the emptiness of the auditorium. The rest of the cast were busy with their lines, and I was a bit too engrossed in my math problems to pay too much attention, at least at first. It wasn't until I heard the first bang that I looked up. My heart skipped a beat. The sound was loud, like something heavy had fallen, but it wasn't followed by any of the usual scolding from Mr. Whalen. The students on stage froze, their lines forgotten as they looked up toward the catwalk. Another bang followed, and this time it was accompanied by a scream, sharp and terrified. It wasn't Mr. Whalen's voice, though, but something else, someone else entirely. But we couldn't see anyone. The lights above the stage flickered, casting the entire room into a strobe-like effect. In the brief flashes of light, I did see something moving on the catwalk, a dark shape. It definitely wasn't Mr. Whalen. It moved quickly, almost too quickly to track, but every time the lights flashed, it was closer to him. I heard Mr. Whalen shout. It was a strangled cry that was abruptly cut off as the lights blinked out completely, plunging us all into total darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the storm and the heavy, panicked breathing of the students around me. Then, there was a horrible, wet thud, like something heavy hit the stage floor, followed by silence so profound it felt like the whole building was holding its breath. When the emergency lights finally kicked on, their harsh red glow revealed the stage in all of its gruesome detail. Mr. Whalen lay sprawled on the floor, his body twisted in an unnatural angle. His eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of pure terror. His mouth was still open in a silent scream, but what was most disturbing was the way his hands were clenched, as if he'd been trying to fight something off. The police said that it was a heart attack brought on by the fall from the catwalk. None of that made sense to us. They never found any evidence of foul play, and the case was closed within a week. But I knew better. The other kids knew better, though none of us were talking about it. Whatever was up there on the catwalk that night, it wasn't human, and it wasn't done with Mr. Whalen until it had taken everything from him. After that night, the auditorium was closed off, and it would be for the rest of my time at the school. The school claimed that it was for renovations, but the truth was that no one wanted to go in there anymore. The building stood empty, silent, just a looming presence at the edge of school grounds. Over time, the stories grew darker and more twisted, though the reality is the most twisted of all. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I beg to differ. My cousin used to teach at the tribal school on our reservation. Her name's Dora. Dora has a story that she'd never tell publicly, but thankfully has a wonderful, loving, beautiful younger cousin willing to share it for her. I'm not on here trying to put Dora or our tribe in a bad light, and that's why I'm keeping our reservation name out. So, Dora was a 12th grade English teacher at the high school. It's the year 2000, and they're all on winter break. She attends a party at my house and decides to head home around 2 a.m. That night, a dense fog had blanketed the reservation, and already having a few drinks, Dora begins to have a change of heart about driving all the way home. Her house was only a few miles away, but from my house, the high school was just a bit closer. The lanyard with her keys hung on her rearview mirror, so she put them around her neck and then took a left instead of going straight out of my neighborhood. When Dora got to the high school, her car was the only one in the parking lot. She drove around the back where the buses pull in to pick up the kids. Her classroom doors are located on that side, and she parked her car in the bus loop, a stone's throw away from her outside door. The school lights that lined the building were all turned off during holiday breaks, making the building itself completely dark. Dora parked under the only source of illumination coming from the single street lamp located on a cement island center of the loop. Besides that one light, the rest of the property around her is black. There's only one road that leads from the rear of the building. The road eventually leads into a four-way stop, but before that, there's only trees all the way up to the school. Needless to say, the first step Dora took from her car was a leap and a bound to her classroom door. When she gets inside, her desk is right by that door, so she didn't have to navigate blindly through her classroom to find a light. Exhausted and relieved, Dora actually called me that night to tell me what her new plan was. Then, after we hung up, she pulled all the blankets and pillows out of her emergency closet and made a bed on the little couch in the corner of her classroom. Before going to bed, though, Dora realized that she didn't enjoy any of the amazing food that I prepared. So, her stomach began to rumble, almost as if it was verbally scolding her for being so stubborn. It's a little after 2 a.m., and every business in town closes at 8. But somehow, Dora found probably the only food that would be willing to make a delivery that time of night. She found the phone number to a donut shop right outside reservation lines, and most likely taking pity on her desperate voice through the receiver, agreed to make a delivery to the high school. Taping an envelope with cash and a tip onto her door, Dora gave specific instructions on where to go and what to do. So the driver would go to the back of the school. The classroom's the only one with the lights on. Money's on the door. Leave the donuts outside. Nothing too crazy. Through the curtains, Dora eventually sees headlights pull in, and her confidence grows that her directions were accurate. In the quiet classroom, she can clearly hear someone get out of their car, walk up to her door, do the 2 taps, confirming successful transaction. Before Dora leaves her couch bed to get the donuts, she waits as shoes walk away from the door. Listening for the car door to shut again, Dora begins to hear something else. It sounds like footsteps were heading back to her door, but this time, the feet were running. Then, boom, boom, boom. Dora's jolted from her frozen position, practically jumping out of her skin when someone starts pounding on her outside door. For the quickest moment, Dora thinks that she may have shorted them on the total, but she knew that she gave more than a generous tip. Then, the person banging on the door begins to scream, "Please, let me in. Let me in, Miss B." The B is the initial of Dora's last name. The person on the other side of the door called her by her full last name. Must be a student. Dora also thinks the voice sounds familiar, and that's one thing that I'll never get. How do teachers remember all of their students like that? Well, sure enough, the mystery person pleading outside of her door ended up being a former student of hers. His name's Mark Len. Mark's family owns the donut shop that Dora was ordering from that night. Dora liked the Len family and had an oddly significant memory in her teaching career involving Mark's older brother, Callan. He was a few years older than Mark, and when Dora first started working at the school, there was a kid that kept harassing her like a creep. One day, the creep got way too close to Dora, and Callan stepped in between them, knocked the guy on his ass, basically. That ended the harassment. So, when Dora opened the door and Mark Len pushed his way through, slamming the door behind him, she's almost relieved. But that's short-lived, as the look on her former student's face is filled with horror. Right as the door slammed behind him, Mark ran over to the curtains, started peeking through them and out to the parking lot. Their familiarity to each other wasn't enough to break the tension that Mark was feeling, and a formal greeting didn't take place. Instead, out of breath and continuing to peer out the curtains, Mark tells Dora, when he was walking back to his car, something or some things started to chase him in the fog. Before saying anything, Dora would join Mark in staring out the window into the fog. The mist that had covered the town remained thick, and Dora's car was barely visible from where they stood. She asks Mark if it was an animal that was chasing him, and he said no. He wasn't sure what it was. It sounded like human strides coming at him from directly in front. When Mark stopped his pace in the fog to listen, along with the first pair of legs approaching, he heard a second pair of running feet in pursuit, coming at him from the right. That's when Mark turned and sprinted back to the door. His accounts of what happened scared Dora more than she'd ever let on. Attempting to remain logical in the situation, Dora suggests the commotion he heard was from a pack of res dogs wandering the grounds, but Mark was adamant about what he heard. The steps were too heavy to be from dogs. For a moment, they both stood in the anxious silence that filled the classroom. Their eyes fixed out the window, looking for movement in the fog. At first, Dora thinks her eyes are playing tricks on her, but Mark's gasp solidified that what she was seeing was real. Both of them watched as a tall, hooded figure rose out of the fog by Dora's car. They could see it under the street lamp. The hood doesn't fully cover its face, and Dora swears it had the head of a wolf. The hooded figure turned and stared directly at them before slowly sinking back down and disappearing into the fog. Unable to keep her feeling of dread suppressed, Dora steps back from the window. Mark does too, speechless at what they'd just seen. Dora turns off her desk lamp, once again immersing her classroom in darkness. The hope of being unnoticed is extinguished almost immediately after they begin to hear knocking on the windows of her classroom. Neither of them were brave enough to open the curtains. Mark says, "It knows we're in here." They quickly decide to move rooms. Mark and Dora leave her classroom through the internal hallways. The whole time, they can hear the entity going around the school, pounding on all the windows, shaking all the doors. Dora feels her legs get weak. She's about to pass out from fear, and Mark sees her wobbling and catches her before she collapses. Still conscious, Mark assists her to the closest room, which was the kitchen. After setting Dora on the ground, Mark asks if all the doors are locked in the building. Dora doesn't know. Hearing this, Mark takes it upon himself to independently take off to check all the doors, as Dora sits trying to regain a stable breathing rhythm. It's almost pointless, because just as her heart rate begins to go down, she can hear Mark scream. It echoes through the hall, heading back towards the kitchen. He's screaming, "It's inside. Lock the door." She sees Mark fly past the kitchen doorway. She hears another set of footsteps running through the hallway behind Mark. And when he doesn't run into the kitchen, she has no other option but to close the door and listen to what's going on just outside. Mark screams, and the sound of the chase trail off to another part of the school. Then, silence. Dora stayed like a statue in the kitchen for what felt like hours. She didn't know when it all started, but the clock located over the industrial stove read 4:30. She decided to wait until sunrise before leaving her hiding spot. The entire time she waited, her heart was pounding. Every creak of the school's old infrastructure felt amplified in the emptiness of the kitchen. Every shadow seemed to move in the corner of her eye. She clenched the handle of a butter knife, one that she'd grabbed from the drawers, her only weapon if whatever was chasing Mark decided to return. As the first light of dawn seeped through the small, grease-streaked windows above the industrial sinks, Dora gathered enough courage to leave the kitchen. Her legs still felt weak, but she steadied herself, gripping the wall for support as she tiptoed down the hallway. The building was eerily quiet now. No pounding, no footsteps, no screams. On her way back to her classroom, she passed the computer lab and froze in the doorway. The scene inside was not what she expected. Desks had been overturned, papers scattered everywhere. Most importantly, all of the computers were gone. She ran back to her classroom to see a similar scene. Her phone, which she'd left next to her couch bed, was gone, and so was Mark. Frantic, she checked the parking lot through the classroom window. Her car was still there, but Mark's was nowhere to be seen. Dora decided to call the police, but with her phone being missing, she needed to find the office, as classrooms didn't have phones. As she made her way back down the hall, she noticed some other things. Muddy footprints leading from the back entrance of the school. And sure enough, they led right to the computer lab. Reaching the office, Dora used the landline to call for help. When tribal police arrived, they searched the entire school, but they found no sign of Mark, and no sign of the creature Dora described. No evidence of forced entry either. What they did find, however, was far more shocking. Not only had the computer lab been completely stripped of its equipment, but every monitor, keyboard, laptop, it had all been taken. Adding insult to injury, all of the remaining cords had been cut. The officer questioning Dora seemed like he didn't quite believe her. "You're sure Mark Len was here last night?" he asked her. She insisted, yes, he was being chased. There was something out there, I swear. Dora insisted, recounting everything she'd seen, but as she spoke, she realized how absurd her story sounded. A hooded, wolf-headed figure, knocking and chasing them through the fog. The officer nodded politely, but still didn't seem convinced. He told Dora they would follow up with Mark's family and the donut shop, but for now, she needed to head home, get some rest. Dora knew what she saw, or thought she did. As the fog cleared, the reality of the situation began to sink in. It wasn't until the following day, when Mark and his older brother Callan were trying to sell some stolen computers, that the truth finally came out. That hooded figure and the eerie chase were all part of their elaborate plan to scare Dora away from the school, or essentially to let them in. They'd use the fog to their advantage, disguising themselves and creating chaos to cover their tracks, all so they could loot the computer lab. Callan, the mastermind, had even worn a wolf mask and a cloak to sell the illusion. As for Mark, his performance of terror had been convincing enough to manipulate Dora into hiding while they carried out the theft. The pounding on the windows, the running footsteps, it was all staged. When the police questioned Mark, he admitted everything, though he claimed that he had felt a twinge of guilt when Dora nearly passed out in the hallway. It was supposed to just scare her, he said. We didn't think she'd take it so hard. Dora, humiliated and furious, resigned from her position at the school. The administration didn't fire her outright, but the implication was clear. She'd let herself be duped, and the theft had happened on her watch. To this day, she avoids talking about what happened, but if you ever bring up that night, her face hardens and her lips tighten. The wolf-headed figure under the street lamp really creeped her out. But for it to all have been some way to take advantage of her kindness, well, that's just pissed her off for forever. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere, partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches. At least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular. They would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident, and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. And that's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol. I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment. Though his behavior was still unsettling, I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body. And there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood, but they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. My grandma and I lived on the 4th floor of a small apartment complex in an even smaller suburb of Lexington. When she and I used to fight, I'd always go up to the rooftop to cool down. There were people up there off and on. A few residents kept little rooftop gardens, but for the most part, I usually had the place to myself, especially when it started getting cold. I was probably 12 that winter. One night I was wandering around up there. The stairwell to the roof ends in a brick box with a door leading out, and right next to the ledge on the ground, between that and the brick exterior wall of the stairwell, I found an unfinished hopscotch board drawn in chalk. The markings were barely visible, and some of the squares had dark stains like something had spilled over them. Still, when I looked at the faded chalk scratches with hopscotch in mind, the outline made sense. Who knew how many seasons this had been hiding up there? I'd never seen kids on the roof before. The apartments were basically an elderly community. I don't think anyone living there was under 65. Those misshapen squares that I'd stumbled on made me feel a weird, aching sort of hopeful. Like once, a long time ago, kids had existed around here, maybe even lived in our building. I was lonely then, and the relic reminded me of how desperate I was to have a friend. Like a nerd, I knelt down and rubbed my hand over a few of the squares like they were etchings. I thought that it could be a fun game to play by myself, and I knew that I had a few sticks of chalk in my room. It was just enough to finish the panels, but it was getting dark and I didn't want to get in more trouble, so I went inside for the night. A few days went by. With school and other stuff, I forgot about it for a little while. But the next time my grandmother started treating me poorly, I went up to the roof again. I took the stairs, and the closer I got to the top of the narrowed stairway, the more I heard the muffled sound of kids' voices. It sounded like they were right on the other side of the bricks. Along with their squeals and laughs, I heard the sound of pebbles bouncing off textured ground. Everything sounded vivid. There were at least 2 voices. My heart started racing with excitement. Were potential friends just outside these doors? Could they even be using the hopscotch board that I made? I practically leapt up the remaining stairs and opened the stairwell door that leads to the roof. At the same time, I saw a small rock skip by from around the corner. When I got around the brick barrier and looked down the narrow area where the pebble had been thrown from, 2 girls about my age were fighting. One was bigger than me and way bigger than the other. And she clearly had the upper hand. She was unleashing hell on the smaller girl, blow after blow with brutal force. It made my stomach turn. I screamed at the bigger girl to stop, but she ignored me. The smaller girl was collapsed on the ground, lying across some of the hopscotch squares. She was bleeding from her nose and mouth. The big girl stood over her, red-faced with rage, yelling and crying. For the first time, I got a good look at her, frantic, furious, and terrifying in how adult her fury seemed. I watched in panic until a dog barked from an open apartment window below and echoed off the bricks of the other units. The sound was loud and startling, and it snapped me out of whatever trance I'd been in. Up until that moment, I hadn't taken my eyes off the 2 girls. Suddenly, I registered that everything around me was completely quiet except for that single bark. What was happening in front of me felt unnaturally silent. I knew she was crying, but I couldn't hear it. It was disorienting. Even as the bigger girl lifted the smaller one, there was no scuffle of shoes on the ground, no labored breathing, nothing that matched the violence that I'd been watching. And then I watched the unthinkable. The bigger girl shoved the smaller girl's body over the roof's ledge. And that's when I tried to stop it. I didn't care if my ass got beat too. I couldn't let it happen. I ran at full speed at the big girl, bracing for impact. But I almost went flying over the ledge myself because there was nobody there. There was no longer a person to make contact with. I slammed my knee into the bricks and I felt the pain instantly. I looked over the ledge. There was nobody in the grass below. No body. I could only process that I just had a near-death experience, almost going over the roof myself. My knee swelled and quickly turned black and blue. It hurt like hell. I was alone on the roof. The quiet evening persisted because it never left in the first place. My grandma believed me when I told her. She didn't think that I was crazy and we didn't joke like that. Her solution was simple. Don't go to the roof ever again. I told her that was already my plan, and I stuck to it until our lease was up the next year. My name is Maya, and I have a serious, borderline pathological relationship with thrift stores. I live for the unexpected find, the hidden gem, but in all my years of digging through musty racks, I've never found anything that carried the baggage of this particular piece. It was in a little shop outside of Portland, Oregon. Tucked away in a bin of moth-eaten wool was a sweater. It was heavy, dense, with a hand-knitted cable pattern in a hideous shade of ochre and mud brown. It felt dense, like chainmail, and looked like something pulled straight out of 1950. Objectively, it was awful, but the stitching, the patterns weren't just cables. They were intricate, geometric knots that looked impossibly complex, almost like a piece of basket weaving translated into wool. It felt strangely compelling, like a puzzle I had to own. I bought it for $8. The moment I slipped it on, problems started. First, the physical discomfort. It wasn't just itchy, it was aggressive. The wool felt like it was laced with fine glass shards pressed against my skin. It made me instantly clammy, and a little dizzy sensation washes over me. It was a kind of vertigo that you get when you stand up too fast. I had to take it off almost immediately. I almost tossed it, but the pattern kept drawing me back. I convinced myself I just needed to wear a thick shirt underneath. The second attempt was arguably worse. I wore it out to a coffee shop, pairing it ironically with my ripped black jeans. As soon as I stepped inside the brightly lit space, the feeling of pressure returned, intensifying into a low-grade migraine. The dizziness, however, was accompanied by something new, sensory dislocation. I was standing there, ordering an oat milk latte, when the visual field warped. The modern tile floor beneath my boots momentarily shimmered, and for one vivid second, I wasn't looking at tile. I was looking at thick, damp, wide wooden planks. The sound of the espresso machine suddenly dulled, replaced by the faint, muffled ring of an old landline telephone, echoing from somewhere nearby. It lasted only a flicker, maybe half a second, but it was intensely real. I could smell the distinct aroma of cabbage cooking and stale cigarettes, not burnt coffee. I swayed, clutching the counter, trying to reconcile the sight of the barista with the immediate memory of seeing a heavy, dark green vinyl chair right where the counter should have been. I ripped the sweater off right there in the coffee shop, stuffing the itchy mess into my tote bag. The dizziness subsided instantly. The smell of cabbage vanished. My mind reset. I did try to rationalize with myself. Low blood sugar, an odd reaction to the wool dye, but I couldn't shake the intensity of those sensory details. The damp wood, specific smells. These weren't generic memories. They felt like someone else's lived experience, if that makes sense. The final time was at home. Late at night, I put the sweater on, determined to figure out what its secret was, or just to stay warm and lazily not wanting to find something else. I sat on my couch, wrapped in its aggressive itchiness, holding a glass of water. The experience was slightly overwhelming this time. The temporal displacement didn't just flicker. It lingered. My apartment, it seemed to vanish, replaced by a small, cramped room lit by a single bare hanging bulb. I could feel the stiff, scratchy upholstery of an old armchair beneath me, one that wasn't my own. My hands, which were my own, were holding the glass of water, but my internal consciousness was preoccupied with the feeling of heavy, urgent anxiety and the worry of being late for something. I looked down at the hand holding the water. It was still mine, but it looked older, slightly arthritic. I saw a ring, a plain gold band on the fourth finger, which I'd never worn. And then I looked across the room. Through the intense shimmering of my vision, I saw her, the original owner, I presume, standing at an old stove, her back to me, wearing a similar thick woolen skirt. She turned her head slightly, and I saw the flash of a woman's worried, tired face, her eyes wide with anxiety. All of her feelings transmitted directly into my own chest. The sheer terror I was feeling wasn't in seeing a ghost, but in realizing that I was her, or rather, that the sweater was forcing my consciousness to briefly occupy her moment, her worry, her reality. I felt her heartbeat, her specific, aching tension. I could feel it. Eventually, I pulled the sweater over my head, tearing it off like it was catching fire because my skin felt such a way. As the brown wool hit the floor, the memory broke. I felt not connected, not as I had. I was just back in my sleek, modern apartment, gasping for breath, and my own pulse returning to its regular rhythm with a little help from deep breathing. I considered that the sweater's last chance. I didn't try to clean it or sell it. I burned it. I never wanted anyone to feel the weight of another person's anxiety or pain like that again, or the confusion of having my own life temporarily overwritten. It didn't seem necessary, and somehow burning it felt like a way to set something free. Having been a nurse for 30 years, I've seen some things that I'm unable to explain. I always tried to find a logical or scientific answer for anything out of the ordinary, but sometimes that wasn't possible. One day, one of the nurses in the post-open heart surgical ICU where I worked went to draw some medication from the Pyxis machine. A Pyxis machine is an automated medication dispenser. You put in your code, the names of all the patients on your unit appear on the screen. You choose yours, and then it displays their meds, and you take them out. Simple. "Who's taking care of Florence?" the nurse asked all of us. "Who?" we said. "We don't have a patient named Florence." I didn't think so. Her name's in our machine. Pharmacy must have screwed up and put her in here instead of where she really is. She called the pharmacy and informed them of their error. "What are you talking about?" the pharmacist asked. "We have the master machine and we enter all of the names in the entire hospital. I'm looking at your machine There's no one named Florence in your machine." "Well, I'm not crazy. I'm looking at her name right now. If you don't believe me, then come up here yourself," the nurse told him, annoyed. He did. He couldn't explain it. He called the Pyxis company technician. He came to the hospital and didn't know what to make of it either. He said it was impossible to have a name show up in one machine and not appear in the master machine. After a week, her name disappeared on its own. The pharmacy insisted that they hadn't removed it. A month later, it happened again. As before, her name didn't show up in the master, but it did in ours. It stayed there for a while and then disappeared. After a few months of this, we began to see a pattern. Florence would stay in our Pyxis until 3 people died. Then she'd disappear. It didn't even need to be our patients. Any deaths in the hospital would do. But it was always 3. It reached a point that someone would go to the Pyxis and gasp, "Ladies, hang on to your patients. Florence is back." We would look around nervously. Some of us would even have conversations with the ceiling. "Stay away from my patient, Florence. Go find someone else to take." We used to joke that Florence was a celestial bus driver with a need to fill her big black bus with the dead. Once she had all of her passengers on board, she would drive them to their final destination. Florence, bus driver to the stars. We would hear a code blue called in the hospital and wait a reasonable amount of time, then page the nursing supervisor. "Did the code on 5 West make it?" we would ask. "No." "How many does Florence have now?" Everyone knew about our ghost. "That makes 2. 1 more and she'll leave us for a while." We tried to find out who our ghost was. We checked our records, and we knew that she'd never passed through our ICU. We were at a loss as to why she was targeting us, so to speak. Finally, one of the secretaries got an idea. "Let's look in the death book," she said. The death book was a ledger book, one in which we would handwrite the name of every patient who died in our ICU or in the operating room. It was a huge book with hundreds of pages of names, but sure enough, we found Florence in the death book. She had died a week before her first appearance in our Pyxis. The reason that we couldn't find any record of her was because she had never made it to our ICU. She was meant to, but she died during surgery on the OR table. We figured that she was haunting us because she wanted to come into the ICU and never got the chance. After almost a year, we decided to send our ghost away. So how does one get rid of a ghost? Exorcism? Seance? No. We planned to do what any group of science-based, educated, rational people would do. Throw a ghost-going-away party. More specifically, a go towards the light party. On the anniversary of her death, we borrowed a CPR mannequin from the education department. We put her in a hospital gown, sat her at the head of our table in the kitchen, and placed a sign around her neck that said, "Hi, my name is Florence." Just chillin' before her party. We printed a huge banner saying, "Bon voyage, Florence. Have a safe trip to the afterlife." And we strung it up in the break room. Everyone brought food and we had a potluck. Within an hour, word had spread all over the hospital that our crazy open-heart ICU nurses were having a party for a ghost. People came from other units just to see if it was true. Like ethereal spirits themselves, young doctors appeared out of thin air, sniffing the scent of our cooking and salivating over the table, groaning with food. Baby docs were always scrounging for a free meal. We heard you were having a party. Do you have any extra food that we could, they said, trying not to look so hungry and desperate. "Of course, there's plenty here," we told them as they loaded up their plates with baked ham, fried chicken, potato salad. They all ate hungrily and stared at the mannequin. "So, what's all that about?" they asked between bites. "That's Florence. She's our ghost. We threw her this going-away party so that she'll stop haunting us and gathering the souls of the dead to drive off in her bus. We told them, straight-faced. They glanced at each other warily. Okay. Hey, is that key lime pie? After our party, not a day went by that we didn't hold our breath when we accessed the Pyxis machine, searching for her name. She never reappeared. It seems all she wanted was a wake. Rest in peace, Florence. We didn't really want to use the board. That's the thing I always go back to. It was Reese's idea. The way most bad ideas that night were Reese's idea. He'd found it in one of the upstairs rooms when we were exploring, tucked under a rotting window seat, like someone had hidden it there. And he carried it downstairs with the energy of someone who had just improved the evening considerably. I remember the rest of us groaned, made the appropriate noises about it being stupid, and then sat around it anyway. Because we were 16 and it was an abandoned house on a Friday night and there was nothing else to do. There were 5 of us. Reese, who'd found the board, Maya, her older brother Dom, who technically brought us there because Dom knew how to get inside, and Priya, who had already said twice that she didn't want to touch it, and me, of course, holding a torch and wishing that I'd stayed home. The house had been empty for a better part of a decade, which out where we grew up was not unusual, not enough to attract much attention. That part of the country has a particular relationship with abandonment. Farms folded into themselves at the end of long driveways, storefronts that went dark one winter and never reopened, houses that had passed through a succession of owners and then simply stopped passing. Nobody condemned them, nobody boarded them up with any real conviction. They stood at the edges of things, and the grass grew up around them. Eventually, they became part of the landscape, the way a tree stump does. Something you stop seeing because it's always been there. The Victorian, it was like that. A large house on a dirt road at the edge of town, its porch sagging, its upper windows gone to gray. A for sale sign at the end of the drive so sun-bleached that it had become more of a suggestion than an announcement. It had passed through a series of owners, none of whom had stayed long, though we didn't know the specifics of that at the time. We knew it was empty, inaccessible, and far enough from anything occupied that no one would hear us. Out there, that was enough. We sat on the floor of the front room, the board between us, torch propped against the wall. Reese lit 2 candles that we'd brought specifically for this, which told you something about the level of premeditation involved. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. The planchette was this dull, warped thing that barely slid on the old board, moved twice weekly, in directions that could generously be described as intentional. Reese asked questions in a voice that was clearly trying to make things more dramatic. Dom kept laughing at the wrong moments. Priya had her fingers on it so lightly that she could barely have been making contact. Then Dom asked, half-jokingly, whether anything in the house wanted us to leave. The planchette didn't move. What happened instead was that the room got cold. Not the gradual drop of a draughty old building. Sudden, total. So cold it made us want to check the windows, see if one had blown open because it had to have come from somewhere. We all felt it at the exact same moment. I saw Maya pull her jacket tighter without saying anything. Saw Priya's breath appear in a small cloud in front of her face. But nobody said anything for a moment. Then, Reese said that we should close it. And for once, nobody argued with him. We moved the planchette to goodbye. Reese said whatever you're supposed to say at the end. None of us were entirely sure of the protocol, but we said something, an acknowledgement that we were done, that the session was closed. The cold had not lifted. Dom put the board back in the box, Reese kicked the box toward the far wall, and then we just sat there for a moment, just waiting, feeling like something had shifted in the room, but nobody wanted to be the first to act. Priya said that she needed some water, and did anyone know if there was a tap still running in the kitchen? There wasn't, we were fairly sure. But it was a reason to move, and we all took it. The kitchen was at the back of the house, through a hallway and past the staircase. We'd been through it earlier in the evening, a large bare room, the fittings mostly stripped. One window overlooking the rear garden. 2 doors. The one we came through from the hall, and one on the opposite wall that led to a small utility room, one that we'd already looked in. It was empty. A concrete floor, a boarded window, a smell of damp and old plaster. Nothing in it. We had all been in there at the start of the night and established this together. We were standing in the kitchen talking about nothing, the tension of the board session starting to dissolve, the way that it does when you're back on your feet and moving. When Dom stopped talking mid-sentence, he was looking at the utility room door. It was open, not wide, 6 inches, maybe 8, a strip of darkness beyond it. We'd closed it when we checked it earlier. I remembered this specifically because the latch had been stiff, and Dom had had to pull it firm. We'd all been in the kitchen together since coming downstairs. Nobody had gone near it. Maya said, "Did someone open that?" Nobody answered because the answer was no, and we all knew it. Reese took the torch and pushed the door fully open. The utility room was the same as before. Concrete floor, boarded up windows. Cold. Colder than the kitchen. Colder than the front room had been during the board session. This was a cold with a density to it that didn't belong to an empty room in April. The torch beam moved across the floor, the walls, the ceiling. In the far corner, on the concrete floor, was a single dark handprint. Not smeared or partial, a full, flat handprint. The fingers pressed together, the heel of the palm down, like someone had placed their hand deliberately on the floor and applied pressure. It was wet. In the torchlight, it had a shine to it that the rest of the concrete didn't have, which meant it was recent, which meant it hadn't been there 2 hours ago when we all stood in that exact room. We'd all confirmed that it was empty. None of us said anything for what felt like a pretty long time. Then Maya walked out of the kitchen, not running, just walking quickly, with the focused energy of someone who had made a decision. Dom followed her, then Priya. I looked at Reese, who was still holding the torch on the handprint with an expression that I'd never seen on his face before. And I said his name once. He turned off the torch and we left. As Reese and I were walking out, he looked at me, still terrified, and he asked, "Did you hear that? You heard it, right?" He was scared, but I hadn't heard anything. I asked him, "Heard what?" And he just looked down at his feet and started walking faster. None of us talked about it on the walk back, not properly. Someone said it was probably nothing at some point, and nobody agreed, but nobody disagreed, because that statement didn't require a response. We went back to Dom's car, we drove home, and I've thought about it often in the years since, especially wondering, what did Reese hear? And also, what made that handprint? Because I know for a fact it was none of us. There's always that question that I have too, wondering if we closed it out properly. And does it matter? You know, whether saying goodbye or closing the board really closes anything at all, or whether it just gives you permission to stop paying attention. I'm not sure, but I've never used one since. and I don't recommend it. I'm a retired school teacher, and I have no history of dissociative episodes or anything like that. I'm posting this now because I found this community last month. I spent 2 weeks reading through it before deciding that my experience belonged here. I've told this story exactly once to my ex-husband, who suggested that I'd probably been tired and misremembered the exit. We've been divorced for 11 years. I'm not saying those things are connected. This happened in the summer of 1988. I was 23 years old, driving solo from my parents' home in Northern Virginia down to a college friend who'd moved to Savannah. I'd never made the drive alone before. I was somewhere in South Carolina when it happened. Late afternoon, maybe 4 o'clock. Still plenty of light. I'd been on I-95 for hours, and I was tired in that specific way of long highway driving, where you're not sleepy exactly, just hollowed out. The road doing most of the thinking for you. I saw the exit, green sign, white lettering, coming up on the right. I don't remember the exit number anymore. I remembered it for years, but it's gone now. What I remember is the name on the sign, Harton. I'd never heard of it. I wasn't planning to stop, but something made me take it. Not a decision exactly. More like my hands and the wheel agreed on something before I did. The ramp curved down and flattened into a 2-lane road, lined with trees, and within about a mile, the trees opened up and there was a town. Small. The type that has one of everything. One diner, one gas station, one hardware store, a post office the size of a large closet. The main street was 4 blocks long. There were flower boxes on the windows of the diner, a few cars parked at angles in front of businesses, the unhurried parking of a place that has never needed to worry about space. I pulled into the gas station because I figured I could use the restroom. My tank was running low anyway, might as well fill it here. The man behind the counter was older, heavy-set, wearing a short-sleeved button-down with a pen in his pocket. He said something like, "Afternoon, long drive?" I said, "Yes, Savannah." He said that was a nice city, asked if I wanted coffee. There was a pot on a burner behind the counter. I said yes. That's when the warmth really hit me. I don't mean temperature. I mean something in the quality of being there, in that gas station in that town, on that particular afternoon. It settled over me the way a heavy blanket settles, comfortable and total. I stood at the counter and I drank bad coffee from a styrofoam cup. I looked out the window at the 4 blocks of Heartland, South Carolina, and I felt more at ease than I had in recent memory. More at ease, honestly, than made any sense given that I was alone in an unfamiliar town in a state that I'd never driven through. I didn't want to leave. I remember that, and I've never really known what to do with it. I had a friend waiting for me 4 hours south, and I stood at the counter and genuinely did not want to go back to my car. I bought the coffee, a small bag of peanuts, and the man gave me a receipt from one of those manual register machines, printed on thin paper with a purple ink ribbon. I folded it, put it in my jeans pocket, and drove back to the interstate. I got to Savannah that evening. My friend made dinner, and we stayed up late talking, and it was a good trip. But I thought about Heartland the whole drive down, the feeling of not wanting to leave, the flower boxes, the man with the pen in his pocket. I couldn't put my finger on why it had settled into me the way that it did, why a random gas station stop felt like something I'd remember. When I got home 2 weeks later, I mentioned it to my then-husband. I said I'd stopped in a little town called Heartland, somewhere in North Carolina off 95. It had been one of those unexpectedly pleasant stops. He was looking at a road atlas. We had one of those thick Randy McNally ones kept in the car. He looked up South Carolina, ran his finger down the I-95 corridor, and didn't see any Heartland. I told him that I couldn't find it on the way home either, but figured I'd just missed the exit. I looked over his shoulder. No Heartland. I found the exit in the atlas. It existed. It was numbered, it was there, and I remember. It led to a town called something else entirely, though. A town that I'd never heard of and had certainly not driven through. The road coming off that exit, according to the atlas, went somewhere else. Not 4 blocks of flowers and a gas station with bad coffee. Somewhere else entirely. My husband said that I'd taken a different exit than I remembered. He said that I'd been driving for hours and was probably tired. He said that there was almost certainly a Heartland somewhere in South Carolina, just not there. He wasn't unkind about it. He was practical, which is usually a quality I appreciate. But I went back to my jeans, and I found the receipt. I looked at the address printed on it. I wrote it down on a notepad. I can still see my own handwriting. Blue ballpoint. The careful way I printed it because I wanted it to be exact. Then I called information and gave them the address and asked for the listing. The operator came back and said that she wasn't finding anything at that address. I asked her to try the town name. She said that she didn't have a listing for a Heartland in South Carolina at all. I kept the receipt for a long time, 15 years, maybe more. It was in a box in my basement with other things that I didn't know what to do with but didn't want to throw away. And then in 2004, the basement flooded after a bad storm, and the box was destroyed. When I found it in cleanup, the ink had run completely off the paper. Just a blank, wet rectangle. I stood there in my flooded basement holding it, and I remember thinking that was the most on-the-nose thing that had ever happened to me. I've driven the I-95 through South Carolina several times since then. I've watched for the exit. I've never seen it. I've looked at maps, old ones, new ones. The exits there, they always led to something else, according to every map that exists. I don't know what Heartland was. I don't know why it felt the way that it felt, that specific warmth, that reluctance to leave. I've wondered sometimes if that was part of it. If whatever the place was, it wanted you to stay, and the warmth was how it asked. I didn't stay. I got back on the interstate and drove to Savannah and had a normal trip, lived a normal life. But I've never stopped thinking about those flower boxes and that coffee. The way the whole afternoon felt like something I'd been missing without knowing I was missing it. The receipt is gone. The address is gone. Heartland isn't on any map I've ever found, but I was there. I drank the coffee. I know what I took from it. I just don't know what it wanted from me. It started with missing keys, but now it seems that the drawers are playing games of their own. I never believed in ghosts, not exactly the kind that could move things especially, until maybe about 4 months ago. My wife and I lived in a brand new condo development. We're literally the first residents, so no history, right? Wrong. Keys, that's how it started. They would disappear and reappear in the same spot 10 minutes later. We'd blame each other for moving the TV remote. Annoying, but explainable. Then it escalated to the kitchen. My wife uses these specific wooden spoons, and we'd find them laying around the floor in the living room. Or I'd swear that I put olive oil on the top shelf, only to find it awkwardly wedged next to the cans in the pantry. It seemed playful, but also aggressive. I think the real tipping point for me happened last month. I was watching TV and my wife was in the shower. The entire apartment was quiet. Then from the kitchen, I heard a sudden violent sound, like a rapid series of machine gun fire. I jumped up and ran in. Every single drawer in the kitchen, from the cutlery drawer to the giant pot storage drawers. It was pulled out all the way, open to their fullest extent. and they were still rocking slightly from the force. There was no way a natural vibration or settling foundation could do that. It would take a tremendous coordinated force to yank all 12 drawers open simultaneously. I showed my wife, and we immediately installed a cheap motion-activated camera pointed at the kitchen counter and drawers. We figured if it was a prank, we'd catch it. 2 nights ago, the camera was triggered. The clip is just 30 seconds long, but it's terrifying. The kitchen is dead silent and motionless. Then, the center cutlery drawer begins to slowly slide open. Stops halfway, then the drawer directly beneath it slides open, and then the one on the other side. They open sequentially, one after another, like an invisible hand is methodically inspecting them. Then the final sound, a simultaneous crash as every single open drawer, 4 of them visible on the camera, slams shut with a force that vibrates the lens. On the audio track, you can faintly hear me gasp from the bedroom. We haven't watched that clip since. We keep the drawers locked with these magnetic child safety latches now, which is kind of pathetic since we don't have kids, but I'm not playing the drawer game anymore. I just want it to stop moving my things. If it doesn't, I guess we'll have to leave, but we really don't want to. So, suggestions welcome. I never bought anything that I believed was haunted or saw a ghost, but I did once see something appear out of thin air, and if that's not paranormal, I don't know what is. Years ago, my partner's parents managed an old pub in the UK that had a bit of a reputation locally. It was one of those places that had been around forever, with the low ceilings, uneven floors, dark wooden beams that looked like they'd been there for a couple 100 years. If you've ever been to an old pub like that, you know the atmosphere. People had stories about the place. Staff would talk about hearing footsteps upstairs when no one was staying in the rooms. Glasses shifting slightly on the bar when no one had touched them. It was all very typical, just the kind of small things that get mentioned enough that eventually everyone assumes the building must be haunted. My partner's parents had heard it all, of course. They were practical people. Running a pub doesn't leave room for ghost hunting, they'd say. They mostly laughed off the stories, but there was one night that I was visiting that we've never been able to laugh off. It was after closing, and they were finishing up for the evening. The customers were gone, the doors were locked, and we were just doing the usual end-of-the-night routine. They were counting the till, I was wiping down the bar, making sure everything was shut off. At some point, the 4 of us stepped into the main room together. The lights were dimmed, but still on. And then something fell. Not from a shelf, not from a wall. It fell straight down out of the air between us. All of us watched it happen. The small framed picture dropped from about chest height and hit the wooden floor with a metallic clink. For a moment, none of us moved because we were all trying to understand what we'd just seen. There were no shelves above it, around us, no hooks, no decorations on the ceiling. After a while, it was clear it had simply appeared and dropped. My partner's dad was the one who picked it up first. It was a cheap little picture frame, and a small picture maybe the size of a tiny notebook. The frame was thin metal, slightly bent on the corner from the fall. Inside was a print of a crying girl. Not a photograph, more like one of those old sentimental prints that you sometimes see in secondhand shops. The strange part, I guess, was the material. The image wasn't printed on paper. It was on this silky fabric stretched inside the frame. Naturally, the first thing we did was try to figure out where it had come from. But of course, we came up empty-handed. I think my partner's parents were the most freaked out. They'd owned this pub for quite a long time. lots of time for them to see the picture, but neither of them had ever seen it before. According to them, it simply didn't belong to the building. But there it was, lying on the floor like it had just fallen off a wall that didn't exist. They kept it behind the bar for a while after that, mostly because no one knew what else to do with it. Every once in a while, someone would ask about it and we'd tell the story, and the reaction was always the same. People would laugh at first. Then they'd look around the room, trying to figure out where it could have come from. And eventually they'd realize the same thing we had that night. There was nowhere for the picture to have fallen from. One thing that all four of us have always been able to agree on about that moment is that we all watched it appear before it hit the floor. In my mid-20s, I lived in a small one-bedroom apartment in a restless part of town with my 2 cats. In that apartment, there were some of the scariest moments I've ever encountered. My cats have always been sensitive to the paranormal, and their company gives me reassurance that I'm not just imagining stuff. One night, I was heading to sleep, already in bed, but just laying there not getting any sleep. The clock was way over midnight when I started to hear scratching under my bed. My bed is in a sleeping alcove and only one side was open. My 2 dressers next to it only had one opening to get into the bed and for 2 cats to get under it. First, I thought that one of my cats was just having fun underneath, but the sound was a little off, so I opened my eyes to see both of them in bed, restless, looking out of the bed. Then I heard it. Slow, low breathing, next to the scratching, directly under me. I froze. The younger cat slowly started walking near the end of the bed, trying to find something. Jumped down, went under the bed. There, she started to purr like she does when she talks with a person. I gathered my courage and slowly peeked under my bed. My phone's flashlight was in my hand, and my heart was pounding like hell. Just to see only my cat there, who walked back like nothing. Similarly, often in the house, you can hear slow, dragging footsteps near the front door, and my older cat is usually the one to go check it. Hair standing up, getting back into bed fast, almost like something was there. In the same apartment, I had the most nightmares that I've ever had in my life, and the worst ones. One stood out from the rest, as it happened just days after the scratching incident. In the dream, I woke up in my bed just to see the clock being at 3:03. I stood up, and an overwhelming feeling of evil and terror came to me. And as I tried to run back to bed, I felt as if the shadows of the house were getting darker and darker, as if the shadows were full of the evil I was feeling and coming to get my soul. I got back into bed, only to wake up again. I looked at the clock, 3:03, and the same feeling rushed over me. I realized I was still sleeping. I tried to wake myself up by snapping my fingers, but it didn't work. And as the shadows got closer and closer, I finally woke up again, only to look at the clock and have it be 3:03 again. Still in the same dream. The same thing happened again and again, until in the last loop I started to scream and finally woke up. 3:03. I thought to myself, this can't be happening again. But the feeling of evil wasn't there anymore. I pinched myself, and I was awake. I had to call my best friend, woke her up, asked her to tell me I'm awake. She told me yes angrily for waking her up. She hung up on me. I slept the rest of the night with all of the lights turned on. The life I took was in self-defense. The skirmish and resolution, both its cause and effect, were out of my hands. I was placed into a situation that was already in motion. Do I feel remorse about what happened? No. Do I feel changed? Yes. I do still catch myself replaying it all again in dreams from time to time. There are nightmares, really. I not only relive every feeling exactly how it was, the nightmares are dictated and exaggerated by my unfiltered imagination, often leading to a very different outcome. In reality, what happened was more difficult to grasp than my nightmares, truly. It changed my life and ended another's. What I told the authorities would change from the original report, and I'd find out my pending court date had never been scheduled. Instead, my apartment would be visited by not the police, but 2 men in black overcoats. And this was another thing that still gives me chills because at the time, I was there alone, so I didn't plan on answering the door for anybody. I heard the knock. I muted the TV but stayed sitting crisscross on my bed, listening from the bedroom. Then they knocked again, and a solid cold mass forms in my right hand. The sensation makes me gasp. I move my arms from my lap while opening my fingers and trying to release whatever I had. But the weight stayed firmly in my palm, and when I look down at my hand, I think to myself in an absent-mindedness, where'd this doorknob come from? Just as a breeze would brush across my cheek from the crack of an opening door, I found myself standing there, opening that door myself for the gentleman outside. One of the men said my name and rattled off an address. I confirmed that he had the right name, but advised he had an old address. The man said, yes, but your parents are still currently there, correct? I slowly nodded my head. He then says, and Dane's in Ohio right now? Dane's my husband, and that night he was in Cleveland. They knew that I was home alone. Then the second man says, it was brought to our attention from the police report we received that you encountered what exactly? Tears actually filled my eyes with relief because I thought they were sent to help me. I told them everything, and they said, we believe you. Then, a second police report was handed to me, and I was asked to read it again. The paper was an identical copy of the original, except the imputations focused on my attack coming from a crazy man. But he only became a man after he died. The 2 men at my door knew this, yet they still told me it was in my best interest not to go any further with my story. Instead, they made me sign the new report and suggested I get familiar with the new story. After they got my signature, they turned and walked away. I was terrified for years that those 2 men had threatened to harm me or my family if I made any further documented accusations. They want to suppress my story, others like mine, by making us afraid to talk about it. But I can no longer be afraid. My name is Allison Fitelli. In spring 2014, my ex-husband and I were in the process of helping build our dream cabin on a small acre of land we purchased. It's a little over 3 hours from our house, give or take, city traffic, before you reach the open highway. Dane, my ex, had nearly severed his thumb cutting wood. There was a lot of blood. It wasn't a clean cut. The blade caught a weird angle and cut in between his index and thumb and stopped mid-wrist. It was bad. The closest hospital was 45 minutes away through mountain roads. I thought I was going to lose him that day. He was going in and out of consciousness from the pain, and all I could do was pray and not kill us as I drove. The doctors there were not only able to save him, but he was able to keep his thumb as well. It was a true miracle. I don't know how those doctors did it. That incident shortened our projected weekend to work on the cabin. Because of the extensive traumatic damage, they wanted Dane to stay as long as possible so they could check on him, make sure he doesn't go back into shock or something. Once he got set up in a room, I decided that it would be the best use of my time to go back to the cabin, clean up the mess, grab the stuff we'd left there. I assumed he'd want to go straight home when it was all over. It was mid-afternoon when I got back up the mountain. The sun was still high in the sky, but the tree canopy provided relief from the heat. When our cabin was visible, I'd seen that our front door was wide open. I wasn't worried about an intruder, as we were in the middle of nowhere. It was more plausible that the door didn't shut or latch completely in the panic of our departure. Even though I believed I was safe, I still grabbed the little pistol that we had in the glove box. It's a small .357 Magnum. Dane had started bringing it with him once his workplace was robbed in 2010. As I stepped out of the Jeep, the mountain was quiet as I began approaching the cabin. I heard a big crash. It came from inside. It sounded like furniture was getting turned over. I ran up to the doorway thinking that I was going to see a bear, but what I laid eyes on was much more frightening. And I'll confidently say that again. What I'd seen was much more frightening than a bear. It more fit the description of a Bigfoot, but one from a completely different evolutionary branch. The only thing human-looking was when it stood up, and even that was disillusioned by its stature. It was crouched on the ground with its face low down. It was smelling and tasting the pool of Dane's blood. I gasped, and it quickly rose from the floor to a height of well over 7 feet. Its face resembled a fruit bat mixed with a gorilla when it stood. Its body also looked gorilla-like, as if it naturally moved on all fours. Its upper body looked longer than its legs, and its fur was so black that it could have almost hidden amongst the shadows. The gun shook in my hand as I raised it. The creature just stared at me with eyes that could only be described as goat eyes. The pupils were horizontal, but the rest of the eye was a bright amber. It wiggled its snout like it was smelling the air and caught my scent. Then it emitted a soft clicking sound, like stepping down creaky stairs. Echolocation, maybe. Because after it clicked, it started walking towards me, almost as if it was blindly following my scent. The closer it got, the more I was able to study its features. I knew I was going to have to put it down when it got close enough that I wouldn't miss. Although its presence was one of impending death, it wasn't acting aggressive. But I knew that it was hungry, and if it got close enough, it would have acted within its nature. It maneuvered around the furniture towards me, took one more sniff, before its head turned straight to me. Its mouth opened like a growling dog, revealing teeth. They were sharp, like knives. Predator teeth. Teeth made for catching and serrating. And that's when I emptied the chamber. The first shot got in the shoulder and pushed it back, but only angered it. The second was in its chest, and that's the one that dropped it. It fell backwards behind the couch. After making sure that I still had at least one bullet left, I pulled the lever back and slowly made my way around the couch. That's when I watched his skin push out the black hair, shedding this coat to reveal some sort of pale skin with large pores, indented like he'd slept on a bed of nails. His face began to reform into a more human-esque structure. I could see and hear the bones crunching, reshaping underneath his skin, until the body on the ground became a person, a dead person, still wearing the 2 holes that I'd put in it. But its monstrous features, they'd softened. And yet again, I have to speed down the mountain for a second time to get reception to call the police. The officers that responded and followed me back to the cabin, they're the only other people who had a chance to see the giant scratches in the wood and all of the black hair that was laying around the body. In the days after, I tried following up with them, but I was told that they'd been transferred to another precinct. A few days after that, I received the visit by the 2 men in overcoats. I've been backpacking for as long as I can remember, cutting through forests or mountains that most people wouldn't even step foot in. The deep woods have always been a sanctuary for me. I know how to track animals, read the weather, navigate the stars when the GPS fails. I've encountered bears, wolves, even mountain lions out there, but I've never felt anything like this. The trip was supposed to be routine, just a couple of nights solo in the Cascades, pushing deep into a section of the forest that I hadn't been to yet, but I'd heard a lot about. It was early fall, and I'd pitched a tent near a stream, miles away from the nearest trailhead, surrounded by thick woods and towering pines. Perfect isolation. By the time I was set up, the sun was dipping low, so I started a fire, made a quick meal, settled in to watch the stars. And that's when I first smelled it. I thought that could be a skunk passing by, but the smell was different. More like rotting meat, mixed with something earthy, like damp soil. It was faint, but it was carried on in the wind. It lingered, long enough to make me wrinkle my nose. I tried to shake it off. I convinced myself that it was just this part of the wilderness. There's always something out there decaying, some animal that met its end. But the smell kept coming back, stronger each time. And then I heard something. Branches, large ones, snapping, deep in the trees behind me. I froze. My hand instinctively was reaching for my flashlight. It's common to hear animals moving at night, but this sounded different, heavier, slower, like something big was moving through the underbrush, taking its time. I clicked on my flashlight and swept it across the trees. The beam cut through the darkness good, but I couldn't see anything, just the dense thicket. The shadows were just the undergrowth in my light. I listened, but the woods were silent again. It wasn't until I sat back down by the fire that the unease hit me again. I've been alone in the wilderness enough times to know when something's not right. And tonight, something felt wrong. The smell, the sound. I kept telling myself I was pretty deep in the wild. My mind could be playing tricks on me. I tossed another log on the fire and I settled into my sleeping bag instead of leaving, trying to convince myself again that I'd be fine. But as the flames died down, eventually, the sense of being watched crept in. And the smell, it came back. Stronger this time. Thick and foul. Like it was right there. I grabbed my flashlight again, flicking it on as I sat bolt upright. And that's when I saw it, just for a second, at the very edge of the trees. A shape. Huge. I couldn't make out any details, but it stood on 2 legs, taller than any man I'd ever seen, or any bear. Broad shoulders, hunched. It moved between the trees with an eerie kind of grace for something so big. I felt myself kind of lose it. That had to be a bear, right? The bears don't move like that. They don't watch you from the shadows like that. I stayed frozen, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand now. Whatever it was, it blended into the trees so well, I almost couldn't see it until it moved again. Slowly this time. It was like it was pacing and then watching me. I heard another snap, the crunch of something heavy, and that smell now, it was sickening. It was like it was right on top of me. Whatever this thing was, I wasn't going to get caught unprepared. I stood up, grabbed my bear spray, flashlight in hand, shaking. I started to make noise, clacking things together, yelling. In the event it was a bear, I wanted it out of there. I told it as much. Get out of here. No response. But I saw movement again. A dark silhouette shifting behind the trees, quicker this time. My hands were officially shaking. My grip on the light and the spray was slippery. I was trained for this, though, prepared for wild animals, you know? But this didn't feel like anything I'd ever faced before. And then it let out a sound. It wasn't a growl, not like a bear or a wolf. It was deeper, guttural, almost like a heavy, wet breath. The kind of sound that hits you in the chest, hits that primal part of your brain and tells you to run. But I didn't. I couldn't. I just stood there, trying to figure out if I was still hearing things right, or if the forest was playing tricks on me. The creature moved again. Its shape was looming. It paused, as if deciding whether it was going to step into the clearing or stay hidden. But my throat was dry, and my heart was racing. Every instinct told me to flee, but I didn't want to make a sudden move, or maybe I couldn't. I just stood there gripping the bear spray, and that thing just out of sight, its foul stench hanging in the air between us. And then it slowly backed away. I heard it crashing through the trees, heavier now, less cautious. It was running until the sound faded into the distance. I stood there for a long time, listening and waiting for the sound to come back, but it didn't. I doused the fire, packed my gear as fast as I could, and started walking. I didn't stop until the sun was rising. I never saw it again. I never heard it again. And I didn't smell that god-awful stench again. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. Something big. Something that shouldn't have been there. Or maybe I shouldn't have been there. But it was watching me. I've been back to the woods since countless times, but I don't go that deep anymore. Not alone. Because there's something out in those woods. Something I have no desire to see again. Several years ago, I rented a small farmhouse after landing a new job in the area. It was exactly what I needed at the time. Quiet, affordable, enough land around to make it feel like I could breathe. The landlord was an older woman, pleasant enough, and I didn't ask too many questions. I was ready to settle in and focus on the new chapter. It didn't take long before I noticed something was off. I'd come home after a shift and find things in different places than where I'd left them. Not drastically, but a chair nudged out from the table, a book on a different shelf or just off of one entirely, kitchen items rearranged. At first, I brushed it off, told myself I was tired or distracted, but it kept happening. Consistently enough that I couldn't keep explaining it away. I'm not crazy. The only conclusion I could land on was that my landlord had a key and was maybe coming inside while I was out. I confronted her about it directly. She denied it, and something in the way that she said it made me believe her. And then she got quiet, told me there was something she hadn't mentioned before I moved in. The property had a history. Civil War soldiers were buried on the land, and she believed the house was haunted. She thought that it might be one of them making themselves known. I didn't believe a word of it. I respected her enough not to say that to her face, but I walked away convinced that there was a rational explanation, and I was going to find it. I installed cameras inside the house. A week later, I was out of town for work. When I came back and reviewed the footage, I sat there and watched objects move across surfaces with no one in the room, no one visible, anyway. I called a friend who knew someone, a paranormal investigator. I'm still not entirely sure what I expected from that conversation, but what I got was calm, matter-of-fact, and oddly reassuring. There was a presence in the house, he told me, but it was not malicious. As long as I left it alone, didn't provoke it, it would extend me the same courtesy. I decided to stay. Things got moved around occasionally, and that was the full extent of it. I made my peace with it, the way that you can make peace with a strange neighbor. Acknowledge it, don't antagonize it, go about your life. I did go about my life. I started seeing someone, a woman that I'd been getting to know for a while, and eventually she started spending time at the house. It wasn't long before she noticed things were out of place. I told her everything. The footage, the investigator, the soldiers buried on the property. Even offered to film it again since I clearly didn't have the previous footage. She laughed, not a nervous laugh and not an uncertain one. She thought it was genuinely funny. She said I was crazy, that there was no such thing as ghosts, and she kept at it, laughing, dismissing, mocking the whole thing openly. I let it go and walked into the kitchen. And then I heard it, a sharp sound, unmistakable. She came running in right behind it, her hand pressed to her face, eyes wide. She said something had just slapped her. When she moved her hand, I could see it. Her right cheek was solid red. This was the red that doesn't come from anything gentle. We left. We didn't discuss it, debate it. We walked out together and neither of us went back. I paid someone else to collect my belongings, and that's something that sticks with me. Even now, more as the years go on. I never once thought about those cameras in those moments. Getting out was the only thing that existed. The footage I had, whatever else might have been recorded after, the camera equipment itself. I left it all behind without a second thought. I didn't even consider it for a moment while it was happening, not while something had just gotten physical. It's only the distance and time that I found myself wishing that I'd held on to it. The belongings I can live without. The tape I think about all the time. I found out later that the landlord's grandson had been attacked inside the house not long after. She had the place torn down, eventually sold the property. Whatever was in that house made its patience very clear from the beginning. It moved things. It never threatened. It even warned anyone paying attention about what it was capable of. My girlfriend didn't pay attention, and it made sure that she understood exactly what she was dealing with. And that's terrifying. I've spent the better part of 20 years trying to find a rational explanation for what I'm about to describe. I haven't found one, so why not let strangers try? This happened when I was 9 years old. My sister Renee was 7, and we were at our home in rural Pennsylvania. Renee and I were very close. We were obviously each other's primary entertainment. We knew everything about each other, not really in a sentimental way, just in a practical, unsentimental way that children who spend all their time together do. We knew each other's habits, each other's fears, the way that one would laugh at something that was actually funny versus politely. We had shared language built out of years of proximity that nobody else fully spoke. Part of that language was our grandparents' dog. My mother's parents had a golden retriever named Biscuit. He was old by the time that I was 9, gray around the muzzle, slow on the stairs. He exists as pure warmth, asked you for nothing. We adored him. Renee especially. She talked about Biscuit the way that kids talk about their own pets. When we visited my grandparents, she'd spend half the trip on the floor next to him. His name came up constantly in our house. the way beloved things do. When you're a child, you haven't learned to ration your affection for things that won't last. That fall, my grandparents were visiting us for a week. Biscuit came with them. I remember it was a school day. We'd both gotten home maybe an hour earlier. My grandparents were somewhere in the house. I think my grandmother was in the kitchen. My grandfather was watching television with my dad. My mom wasn't home yet. Renee and I were upstairs, halfway outside of our bedrooms, doing nothing in particular. The low-grade drifting that happens in the hour before dinner when you're a kid and the day is run out of structure. Renee came out of her room and sat down at the top of the stairs, next to me. Or what I thought was Renee. I want to be careful, because the appearance, it was right. It looked like my sister. Same clothes that she'd been wearing at school that day. I remember them specifically. A purple sweatshirt with an iron-on design on the front that she'd gotten for her birthday. It was her same hair, her same posture. The way she sat with her knees pulled up and her back against the wall. If you'd shown me a photograph, I would have said, yeah, that was Renee. We sat together for a few minutes. It talked about normal things. School. Something that had happened on the bus. A show that we both watched. The conversation was ordinary in every way that a conversation between two sisters would be. I wasn't alarmed. I had no reason to be. Then, Biscuit came padding up the stairs, slow and heavy, the way he climbed stairs by then, and he sat down in front of us. Renee, the thing sitting next to me, looked at the dog, said, "Hey, buddy," and reached out to pet him. Biscuit did something that I'd never seen him do in all the years we'd known him. He backed up. 1 step, 2 step, back to the bottom of the stairs. He stood there, looked at the thing sitting beside me, and his tail was completely still. I noticed that. I filed it somewhere without fully processing it. Then the thing next to me said, "He's so cute. I love Barley." I remember the specific quality of the pause that followed in my own head. It wasn't dramatic, more like half a second that it takes for something to load. I looked at it. I was looking at the dog with the expression that seemed like the right expression. Barley. Our grandparents' dog's name was Biscuit. Had always been Biscuit. Renee had said that name approximately 10,000 times in 7 years on Earth. She said it the way that she said her own name, without thinking, because it was simply a fact of the world. I didn't say anything at first. I don't know why. I didn't want to correct it. I was 9 and something in my body made a decision that my brain hadn't caught up to yet. I just sat there next to it for a minute or two, and then I said that I was going to get a snack and went downstairs. Biscuit came with me immediately. He stayed at my heels the whole way. I found my grandmother in the kitchen. I asked her where Renee was. My grandmother looked at me a little strangely and said Renee had gone down the street to her friend Megan's house about 40 minutes ago. She wasn't back yet. I stood in the kitchen doorway, and I didn't say anything. Renee came home for dinner about an hour later. She was still wearing the purple sweatshirt. She came in loud and normal, and immediately went to find Biscuit and laid on the ground next to him. I watched her say his name, "Biscuit, hi Biscuit," without a single moment of hesitation. After dinner, I told her what had happened. We were in her room and the door was closed, and I described it as plainly as I could. Who I thought I'd been sitting with, what we talked about, what it called the dog. She looked at me for a long time, but she wasn't dismissive, which is what I remember most about our conversation. She was 7, and she didn't laugh and tell me that I was making it up. She just looked at me with an expression that I didn't have a name for at 9 years old, and probably would call something like careful recognition now. She said she hadn't been home. She said she'd been at Megan's the whole time, and Megan's mom had driven her back. I told her I believed her, and I told her if she ever saw something like that, don't talk to it. Come find me. We didn't talk about it again for years. When we finally did as adults, she remembered that conversation in her room exactly how I remembered it. She said she'd thought about it a lot over the years. She never had an explanation either. For a while, when she was a teenager, she thought I might be crazy. And honestly, I did too. But I've been tested. I'm not crazy. I thought about what it was doing up there. Whether it was waiting for something or testing something, practicing something. I thought about what it would have done if I'd stayed. I've thought about Biscuit backing up off those steps, standing very still. I've definitely thought about the fact that the dog who had known us our entire lives immediately knew something was wrong. When I, who'd known my sister my entire life, had sat beside it for several minutes and noticed nothing. Not until Biscuit. Barley. It had everything right except for one word, one name. I spent 20 years trying to figure out whether that was a mistake or whether it simply did it on purpose. And for what reason, I have no idea. I was around 13 years old when this happened. My family rented a cabin at a state park in Mississippi for a long weekend. It was actually a really cool place. A big lake, lots of trees. You could fish during the day or take a little boat out. During the daytime, it felt pretty normal and peaceful even. But the cabin itself had this older feel to it. Not falling apart or anything, just quiet in a way that made every sound stand out. The living room had 2 couches. I was sleeping on the one closest to a door that led into a separate bedroom area. My uncle was on the other couch across the room. Everyone else was in the bedrooms. We all fell asleep fine. Around 3 a.m, I woke up for no reason. I didn't hear a loud noise or anything, not at first. I just opened my eyes like something had nudged me awake. It took a second for my eyes to adjust. The only light in the room was faint moonlight coming through the window. And that's when I heard something. The doorknob to the room next to me. It was moving, rattling, but there was no wind or movement other than the doorknob. It was turning back and forth, slowly, like someone was testing it from the other side. Then it would rattle, like someone was shaking it. And again, back and forth, slowly. I don't know that I was even scared yet. Surely it was just somebody on the other side of the door. But why at 3 a.m.? And what were they doing? Then the doorknob turned all the way, and the door opened. I waited for someone to come out, but instead, it looked as if something clear, like a shadow, went in. A moment later, the door closed. My uncle sat straight up on the other side of the couch at the same time. He said, "Joey, did you see that?" His voice sounded tight, not joking. And I had seen something, but I couldn't answer. I was probably too scared to talk. I know my heart was pounding so hard that I could hear it. I briefly wondered if I was going to be sick. In either way, I didn't say anything. My uncle got up. He told me to come over by him. I didn't argue. I moved fast, desperate to be next to someone. We both just stared at the door. My uncle gently opens the door, and we can see inside that everybody's asleep. No one had gotten up. There was no windows open inside. The doorknob itself wasn't loose. We stood there, whispering, trying to come up with an explanation that made sense. Finally, my uncle just said, "Well, I guess we're going back to sleep." Which is crazy when I think about it now, but what are we supposed to do? It was 3 a.m. We were in the middle of a state park, so we just laid back down. I'm not sure that either of us did much sleeping. I know I didn't after that. The next day, we didn't really make a big deal about it, but later my grandma mentioned that she hadn't slept well. She said she kept seeing weird shadows moving across the wall in her room. She brushed it off like maybe it was tree branches, but she didn't know where the light was coming from. But there weren't any branches close enough to hit the cabin anyway, not outside her window. And I had seen a shadow walk in there. So that stuck with me. Later that afternoon, I opened one of the dresser drawers in the bedroom to grab something. On the underside of the drawer, which I saw while tying my shoes, on the wood, people had handwritten messages, names, dates that they'd stayed, random little notes from past visitors. Most of it was harmless stuff, but one message was written bigger than all the others, underlined and circled. In bold letters, "This place is haunted." It could have been a prank, but I felt like someone else had experienced something and needed to leave proof that they weren't crazy. It sure made me feel better. We finished the trip like normal. Fishing, eating, hanging out. No more doors opening and closing on their own. My uncle and I will bring it up sometimes, just like, "Remember that cabin?" And he always says the same thing. I know what I saw. And so do I. I moved into the house in March, which in retrospect feels significant only because of how much time I spent in the basement for that first month. It was a long month, and it was a good basement. Dry, well lit, the previous owners had finished it properly, and I was using it for storage while I unpacked the rest of the house room by room. I was down there most evenings, moving boxes, trying to impose some sort of order on the chaos of a new life, a new place. I found the tin on the third week. It was behind the water heater, pushed into the gap between the unit and the wall, with a deliberateness that felt different from something simply forgotten. The small tobacco tin, the old-fashioned kind, its lid sealed with what looked like electrical tape wrapped around several times, around the seam, around the whole thing. It was light when I picked it up. Whatever was inside shifted slightly, small, loose objects, not heavy. I should have left it. I know that now, with the clarity available only after the fact. Instead, I peeled back the tape, because I was curious, and it was my house, and there was no reason, standing in a well-lit basement on an ordinary Tuesday evening, to feel otherwise. Inside, a folded square of paper, brown at the edges, covered in handwriting too small and crammed to read easily. Beneath it, 3 small figures, crude, roughly an inch tall each, made from what appeared to be wax and wrapped tightly in black thread. Each one had a single dark hair pressed into it. They were not the same hair. I could tell from the color and texture that they were each different. I put everything back, resealed the tin as best I could, set it on the shelf and told myself that I'd deal with it later, which is what you tell yourself when you don't know what you're dealing with and you don't want to find out. That night I woke up at 2 a.m. to the sound of something moving in the basement, directly below my bedroom. It was slow, deliberate footsteps, crossing the concrete floor. I lay in the dark and I counted them. 7 steps, a pause, 7 steps back. The same path, twice, and then nothing. I told myself the house was settling, old pipes, temperature changes, the general unreliability of a new building. I almost convinced myself by the time I fell back asleep. But the second night it was louder, and the third night I got up. I stood at the top of the basement stairs with my hand on the light switch for longer than I care to admit. But then I flicked it on, and I went downstairs. The shelf where I'd left the tin was empty. It was on the floor in the center of the room, lid off, contents arranged in a careful line on the concrete. The 3 figures standing upright, the folded paper open and flat beside them, smoothed out as though someone had taken the time to actually read it. I had not done this. I hadn't been down there since the evening I found it. There was no one else in the house. I stood there and looked at it for a long time. Then I picked up the figures, the paper, and the tin. I drove them to a dumpster 3 streets over, and I threw them in. I drove home, and I went back to bed. I haven't heard the footsteps since. What I have noticed, and I'm aware of how this sounds, is that the basement feels different now. Not wrong exactly, more like a room that has been recently vacated. It's much better this way. I wasn't really looking forward to sharing my house with the living or the dead. And most nights, I believe that that's the end of it. But we'll see. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm. A dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, the click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. Before my grandmother died in 2022, I asked her if I could publish her stories. Not only did she give me permission, but she gave me her journals where she documented a lot of her most interesting experiences. She'd worked at a couple of haunted locations, so much so that I believe my grandmother was sensitive. She never said that, but her experiences aren't ones that I think just everyone has. Don't get me wrong, I've always wanted to experience something paranormal like this. I do believe in this stuff. Like, I know I'd be scared, but the curiosity outweighs the fear. Either way, the story about my grandmother's time working at St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington, is one of my favorite stories of hers. So I'm just going to share it in her words instead of trying to rewrite it myself. Oh, also, some things have changed since she initially wrote this. You can actually visit this place. It's been converted into a historical museum. I've not personally been there since I live in Utah, and I have yet to make my way to Washington, but I wanted to throw that out there. Thanks for sharing. The Sisters of Providence. The second hospital I ever worked with, St. Ignatius, was the most active. It wasn't a traditional busyness. The patient population had been diminishing for years. Part of my job was collecting that sort of data, and it was clear St. Ignatius was not a busy hospital. Not anymore. Instead, the activity I felt, It was spiritual, residual. By the time they closed as St. Ignatius in 1964, the same year I gave birth to my daughter, Michelle, it was mainly due to a lack of patients there. It was simply too expensive to maintain. But in its heyday, the hospital served as one of the most important healthcare systems in the entire region. I was looking forward to the work I had to do there. I knew the hospital had a lot of history, but the first time I walked in there, I realized just how much of it lived inside those walls still. I could feel it. The air was heavy with the scent of antiseptic, but there was something else lingering there, something most consider inexplicable. But I had felt the feeling before. Holy Trinity in Palouse, Nani's house in Clarkston. The hospital was haunted. That's when I learned about the Sisters of Providence. Several framed photos throughout the hospital, little statements underneath some of them, plaques sharing the same sentiment. The Sisters of Providence were instrumental in the establishment of St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington. They recognized the need for medical care in the area and took the initiative to create the hospital. An incredible statement, though it only tells part of the story. Before I learned everything, I knew enough to know that the presence was likely that of the sisters. As I made my way through mostly vacant hallways, I wasn't frightened, though I did feel slight unease at their quickly vanishing apparitions. These became more frequent the more times I visited and the longer I stayed there. Sure, they meant no harm, but it's something to get used to, undoubtedly. I had the opportunity to venture deeper into the heart of the hospital. Though it was now just mainly archives and a collection of unused spaces, that's where I was given a small workplace to go about my business without encroaching on valuable space necessary to the medical staff. The air was a bit more stale in those places. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and though it was cold, those weren't the response to a change in weather. It was as if whatever had been with me throughout the mainstay hospital had followed me there, too. The sound of distant, steady footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. I knew they weren't the result of anything evil or in despair. There was warmth there, a sense of guardianship. As I delved deeper over the next few hours, I discovered the past. These items in literature weren't the ones out in the open for everyone to find. Instead, tucked away in the unused corridors of the hospital. Old filing cabinets and boxes filled with more photographs, tattered journals, prayer manuals, and other forgotten relics that actually revealed the stories of the nuns. More than just their devotion to their faith, but also how instrumental and connected to that place they were. These sisters, these nuns, were actively involved in the planning and fundraising, as many of the plaques implied. But I found it especially noteworthy that they had participated in the actual construction of the hospital, which opened its doors in 1893. They even continued to manage and provide the healthcare services at St. Ignatius Hospital for many years, ensuring that the community had access to good quality medical care. Many of the sisters spent their final days inside St. Ignatius. It was their home. To this day, I cannot forget that hospital, the sisters that wander its halls. It had a surprisingly profound impact on my life. Their presence serves as a constant reminder that spirits of the past can linger, seeking solace or understanding in the hearts of the living. And though their presence may be unsettling, the human spirit is so powerful, living and beyond. I don't have a lot of context to give, and I've never needed to write it out at length. It just sort of sits there, has for about 4 years. Here goes. I live alone in a farmhouse in central Missouri. I have for 6 years. The nearest neighbor is about 1.5 miles down the road. and I work from home, so I spend a lot of time in that house by myself. I know every sound it makes. I'm not actually writing this at the house. For some reason, that felt wrong, so I'm at the library. This happened in March, about 2 years into living there. I was in bed reading around 10:30 when this light came through the window. It wasn't the moon or a car. There's no reason for headlights to sweep my bedroom window. The driveway runs the other direction. This was steady and pale and slightly blue. The color of a screen in a dark room, but larger, diffuse, coming from outside the east-facing window, and lasting maybe 20 seconds before it was gone. I got up and looked outside. Nothing. Open field, tree line in the distance, the usual dark. No cars or obvious source, nothing was moving. I stood at the window for a minute and then I went back to bed. Told myself it was probably a piece of farm equipment on a distant property. It felt plausible enough to sleep on. I was almost back asleep when I heard myself in the kitchen. My voice, clearly and specifically my voice, the way you know your own voice on a recording, even though it sounds wrong. It was that particular combination of pitch and cadence that belongs only to you, to me. It was coming from the kitchen at the end of the hall, maybe 30 feet from my bedroom door, which was open. It wasn't saying words exactly. It was the sound of someone talking on the phone, the one-sided rhythm of a conversation, the pauses where the other person would be speaking, the small affirmative sounds that you make when you're listening. Completely ordinary in every way, except that it was my voice, and I was in my bed, and I live alone. I didn't move for a long time. I'll be honest. I'm not someone who freezes. I lived alone in a rural house for 6 years, and I'm comfortable with that, and I'm not prone to fear responses over normal things. But I lay in that bed, and I didn't get up. I didn't call out. I didn't even reach for my phone to call anyone. I just lay there listening to my own voice, having a conversation in my kitchen at 10:40 at night. It lasted maybe 2 minutes, and then it stopped. I lay there a while longer. The house was quiet in the way that it should be. I could hear the fridge cycling. Nothing new, nothing else. I got up eventually and walked down the hall, stood in the kitchen doorway with the light off for a moment before I turned it on. Empty. Everything exactly as I'd left it and no sign of anything else. I checked the doors, locked. Windows locked. I walked every room. I found nothing. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. In the morning, I looked out at the field on the east side of the house. I don't know what I expected to find. There was nothing unusual, except a patch of grass near the tree line that looked flattened in a rough circle. How grass is when something heavy is sat on it. It might have been there before. I couldn't say for certain that it hadn't been. I've thought about that light and the voice for 4 years, though. I never really decided if they were the same thing or two separate things that happened in the same night. I don't know which possibility I prefer. I do know that I heard my own voice in my kitchen that night. And I guess that's the part that I can't really put down. Not really the light or the flattened grass, not even the fear of it. Just that something sounded exactly like me. I remember Margaret left on a Thursday. She was visiting our daughter in Phoenix for 2 weeks, something she did every spring. I'd done this a dozen times over the years, 2 weeks alone in the house, eating whatever I wanted, watching whatever I wanted, keeping my own hours. I'm retired, 71 years old, and I'm not a man who gets rattled. Which isn't to say I've never been rattled. The first night I noticed I was watching TV around 9. Nothing specific triggered it. There was no sound, really. There was just this gradual awareness that settled over me, the way that the change in the weather does. the feeling that I wasn't alone in the room. I looked around at the doorway, the windows, the corners. Everything was exactly as it should be. The house was quiet. I told myself that it was the particular silence of the home that's used to two people, now just holding only one. It always feels lonelier at night. I turned off the television and went to bed. The second night, though, that feeling, it came back stronger. I was sitting in my chair after dinner reading, and somewhere around 10 o'clock, the feeling arrived again. It was a bit more specific this time. If I had to put a point on it, I'd say it was coming from Margaret's chair. The one that was angled across from mine, one she'd had since before we were married. I looked at it. There was nothing there, just a chair. Just a familiar indent of the cushion from 40 years of her sitting in it, of course. But even with this visual confirmation, the feeling didn't leave. I sat with my book open on my lap, and I didn't read a single word for about 20 minutes. And then I got up, checked the doors and windows out of habit rather than any real belief that it would help. And I decided again it was time for bed. But I didn't sleep well. I couldn't shake the feeling. I wondered if this is what getting sick felt like. You know, the real sick that us old-timers have to worry about. But anyway, the third night, I almost called Margaret when it happened. I'd been thinking about it all day, almost talking myself out of what I'd felt. And by the evening, I'd mostly convinced myself that it was an old man alone in a quiet house, letting his mind run. I made dinner, cleaned up, sat down in my chair, and picked up the remote. But the feeling, it came immediately this time. No gradual settling in, no slow build. It was just there, full and certain. The moment that I sat down, I couldn't help but be drawn to Margaret's chair. I just stared at it. The cushion, it was indented. Not the way it indents when Margaret sits in it after a long day, not that deep, familiar compression. It was something a bit lighter than that, but not the normal wear and tear. There was a shallow press, like weight distributed gently, like someone perched rather than settled. I stared at it for a long time, and during that time, the indent didn't move. It just stayed. But eventually, it did. Now, I've spent a lot of years not believing in things that I couldn't see or measure or explain. I am an engineer after all, retired after 38 years. My brain doesn't naturally reach for the unexplainable. But I sat in my chair across from whatever was sitting in hers, and I understood with a certainty that I still can't account for, that something was there. It was present. It wasn't threatening or agitated. Just there in the way that Margaret's there when she's reading, and I'm reading, and neither of us needs to say anything. I didn't move for a long time, but eventually I said out loud to the room, to the chair, to whatever was using it. I said goodnight, and then I got up and I went to bed. It wasn't there the fourth night, the indent or the feeling, and it wasn't there any other night. Margaret came home 10 days later, and I helped her with her bags, and we had dinner, and I didn't say a word about it. I still haven't. I don't think I ever will, honestly. I don't know who was sitting in her chair or why those 3 nights and not the others. I don't know what they wanted, or if they wanted anything at all. Maybe they were just passing through and needed somewhere to rest. I told myself that, and it almost feels sufficient. Almost. My sister Rennie used a Ouija board when she was 17. She used it once, alone in her bedroom on a night that my parents were out and I was at a friend's house. And she never did it again. She told me about it years later in an offhand way, how people mention things once they've decided to stop thinking about it, briefly, without detail, moving on quickly. She said nothing happened, that the planchette barely moved, that she'd felt stupid and put it away, and that was that. I believed her. Rennie wasn't dramatic. She wasn't the kind of person who embellished or said things. But what I've never really been able to reconcile is everything that came after. It started small, the way that things apparently always do. A dish moved from one side of the kitchen counter to the other, between the time my mother set it down and the time she came back to it. A book my father was certain that he'd left on the nightstand appearing on the kitchen table in the morning. Shoes relocated, keys found in rooms that nobody had been in. These are the kinds of things that you can explain away as a household, absorb them without comment, blame it on a distraction, on someone else, or the general entropy of a busy family moving through a shared space. Except it didn't stop, and it didn't stay small. The objects that moved were always ordinary. That's what made it difficult to talk about seriously without feeling foolish. Nothing that announced itself as impossible. Just the quiet, persistent wrongness of a house where things were never quite where you left them. My mother started keeping a mental inventory without realizing she was doing it, double-checking placements before she left a room, kind of how you check for a locked door. My father stopped trusting his own memory for a while, genuinely believed that he was losing something upstairs. I was 12 when it started, and I just thought our family was careless, until I was old enough to notice that other families didn't live this way. And then, the photographs. The first one appeared on the refrigerator when I was 14, a photograph that none of us recognized. Small, slightly overexposed, showing the interior of a room that didn't belong to any house that we'd ever lived in. A bare room, wooden floor, a single window with light coming through at a low angle. Nobody in it, no writing on the back. My mother asked everyone. Nobody claimed it. She put it in a drawer and didn't throw it away, which I've always found interesting. Like some part of her understood that throwing it away would be a declaration of something she wasn't ready to make. 3 weeks later, there was another one. Same style, same slightly overexposed quality, showing a different empty room in what appeared to be the same house. Again, nobody recognized it. Again, my mother put it in the drawer. By the time I left for college, there were 11 photographs in that drawer. Always rooms, always empty, and always the same quality of light that suggested early morning, late afternoon. A day ending or beginning somewhere that none of us had ever been. My parents stopped asking where they had came from after the fourth or fifth one. The question had no answer, and they had learned to live around it, treating it more like a draft in an old house, acknowledging it without addressing it, managing rather than solving. I asked Rennie about it directly when we were both adults, home for a holiday, sitting in the kitchen with the drawer 3 feet away from us. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said that she didn't think the board had done anything, that she'd sat in her bedroom at 17 and felt nothing, and she'd always believed that. I asked her if she still believed it, but she looked at the drawer. She said she didn't know what she believed, that she'd spent a long time wanting it to be a coincidence, and she'd mostly managed it, that the photographs were a part that she couldn't make coincidence fit no matter how she tried, because coincidence required a source, and there was no source. They just appeared. They appeared, and nobody brought them. Nobody knew the rooms in them, and they just kept coming. And she had never used the board again, and it hadn't mattered. We sat there for a while. Then we went back to the holiday and didn't discuss it again, which is the family way, which is perhaps also part of the problem. The drawer has 31 photographs in it now. My mother called to tell me when it hit 31. She didn't say anything else about it, though, and neither did I. We're good at that. A few years ago, I lived in this massive old mansion that had been converted into apartments. Over 100 years old, creaky floors, drafty windows, the kind of place that definitely had character. My roommate and I shared the top floor, which had attic access with a private back entrance, a set of rickety stairs leading up to our kitchen door. The place had its quirks for sure, but we liked it. One night, I was curled up on the couch with my boyfriend watching a movie. It was late, but not too late. The house was otherwise quiet, just the occasional groan of old wood settling. My phone buzzed. It was my roommate. "Hey, bringing a date home. Cool if we use the big TV?" I told him sure, no problem, and my boyfriend and I moved into the bedroom to finish our movie. No big deal. A little while later, we heard heavy footsteps coming up the back stairs. Slow, deliberate, each one landing hard on the wooden steps. Then the kitchen door creaked open. The door that always squeaked, no matter how careful you were. It shut with a familiar thud. Footsteps moved across the kitchen, past my bedroom door, and down the hallway toward the living room. I didn't think much of it at first. My roommate had said he was coming home, right? We kept watching our movie, letting the sound fade into the background. Eventually, my boyfriend left, and I settled in for the night. And that's when something started nagging at me. A slow, creeping realization. The apartment was too quiet. No muffled conversation, no sounds from the living room, no movement at all. Something told me to call my roommate. "Hey, were you guys being super quiet or..." "What? We just got to Blockbuster. We're picking out a movie and then heading home." His response literally sent a chill down my spine. I didn't have anything to say at first, just sat there, staring at my bedroom door, feeling my stomach drop. Someone had walked through my apartment. Someone had come up those stairs, opened the door, and walked right past. Without thinking, I called my boyfriend. "I'm staying at your place." I didn't even pack a bag. I just grabbed my keys and left. To this day, I have no idea who or what was in that apartment with us. When I was 14, my parents rented a house on the edge of a small town. The backyard backed up right against a set of railroad tracks that were technically retired, though trains still passed through once or twice a week. It wasn't dangerous, just loud, and eventually I stopped noticing. One evening in early fall, I was out back shooting hoops on the cracked driveway. The air was cool and the cicadas were fading out. I remember how the sky looked bruised, and then I heard shouting. It was a man's voice first and then a woman's, not angry shouting, panicked, desperate. I froze with my ball in my hands, trying to place where it was coming from. The tracks. I walked closer to the fence, and that's where I saw them. 2 figures on the gravel by the crossing, just beyond our yard. A man was waving his arms, yelling at someone further down on the tracks. A woman stood back, holding her hands to her mouth. The man's voice carried sharp. He was terrified. "Move! Get off the tracks!" I couldn't see who he was yelling at, not at first. And then I noticed a small shape sitting on the rail. A child. My stomach dropped. I ran for the gate, ready to bolt across the yard, when I heard it. The sound of a train. It was faint but growing, a low thunder rolling closer. The man screamed, sprinting down the tracks. The woman collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Everything in me screamed to move, to help, but my body locked. It was like watching a movie that I couldn't pause. The child finally looked up. Too small, too slow. The train roared into view, horn blaring. The man dove forward. I flinched, expecting the impact or the screech of metal, but there was nothing. No crash, no train. The yard was completely silent. The figures were gone. The tracks were empty in both directions. I remember my basketball rolled and thudded against the fence behind me. It was the only sound left. I stayed there until it was too dark to see, shaking, convinced that I'd just gone crazy. But I know what I saw. I told my mom all about it, and though she told me not to worry about it, that I imagined it, she must have been curious. Later, when she asked a neighbor, they casually told her there was an accident here, back in the 70s. A boy died on those tracks. That was all she said, but that was all she needed to say. When my mom told me that years later, I knew that I had seen what I had seen. I just don't know how. This is my earliest memory of a paranormal experience. We were at home, and my cousins and I were in the living room playing video games. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, so I turned and looked. There was a woman in a knee-length dress, walking towards my parents' room. She stopped in her tracks and turned to look my way. It scared me. She was transparent. She had dark hair cut into a bob. She was slender. I turned away from her, but I could still see her watching me for what felt like a really long time, all out of the corner of my eye. It was probably only seconds. Then she turned away and walked into my parents' room. My parents came home about an hour later and called me and my cousin into their room to ask who had been in there. We told them that no one went in there. All of their plugs had been unplugged. A couple of years later, I saw a picture of a woman, and I told my mom that I'd seen her one night, the night all the electronics were unplugged. She told me that that was a photo of her mother, who had passed away when I was only a year old. Apparently, she was quite paranoid about house fires and always unplugged their electronics. I submitted an inquiry about a retail space a few weeks back. I never ended up signing the lease. If you read the property manager's response, you'll understand why. I wasn't expecting much, maybe a boilerplate welcome email, a link to the rental agreement. Instead, I got this. I read it probably a dozen times, and it gets stranger every time. She's not trying to scare me off. I guess that's where I'm confused. She genuinely wants my business there. She just also felt compelled to tell me all of that. I thought you all would want to hear it. Greetings. My name is Diane G. I'm the commercial landlord and manage the leases for the ground floor retail spaces at the plaza in Westwood. It's been brought to my attention that you wish to lease the mixed-use property that we have listed on the website. I wanted to reach out directly because your application was accepted, but I wanted to inquire more about the mixed-use portion. Will you be utilizing the upstairs unit as an office or a residence? Although it's built with amenities for both, I wouldn't recommend that it be used as an apartment. I've held this position for 20 years, and in that time, I've leased countless businesses. Some do well and grow out of our modest properties. That's the goal, right? Continual growth, up, and away. With every success, there's been 10 failed businesses that financially crumbled before their grand opening. I am, of course, saying this as a factual statistic, not an ominous warning. Quite the opposite, actually. I personally think my business here is going to be a hit and a fantastic addition on the avenue. I have no doubt that you're going to thrive, and that's why I found it important to contact you myself. This is all going to sound very superstitious, but there's another provable factual statistic that I'd like to share with you. That unit began as a barber shop. It was leased under the previous landlord and renewed with me until they moved to a bigger place. They transformed the upstairs into an office and had zero complaints their whole time there. Next business was a tattoo parlor. The owner lived upstairs. A few months later, he went crazy, got into a fatal altercation with the cops. The tenant after that did the same thing, made the upstairs an apartment. He just straight up disappeared. Westwood has some of the most advanced security systems in any business park. None of our outside cameras had any footage of him leaving, and his stuff hadn't been touched. Then a hair salon took over. Stayed for 5 years with no issues. Their upstairs was used as storage. Last owner I leased to tried opening up a card shop. My heart sank when I watched him and his friends moving a mattress up the back stairs, but I ignored the foreboding feeling. Superstitions weren't my cup of tea, until I was informed that he'd drowned in the bathtub one night and flooded the unit. It caused thousands in water damage. After we gutted the building and replaced everything, the new electric, new plumbing, new flooring incentive wasn't in the original ad, and it was intentionally left vacant for years because of my apprehension to lease again and open another can of worms. Aside from the bottom part being used for daytime events, you're the first that I've agreed to let rent there full-time. Again, I don't want to miss out on an opportunity to bring my business here to Westwood. I wish I could end this by offering another equally prime unit that would fit your needs, but the other available ones are much smaller. I apologize if this sounds extravagant, but my conscience wouldn't let me sleep in good faith if I didn't send this to you. Above all this, we're still hopeful to obtain your business on the avenue, and if you are in fact looking for dual housing, may I suggest the Desert Villa Apartments? They've got competitive pricing and less incidents. Yours truly, Diane. When I was younger, I lived with my parents in a house that had a loft converted into a hobby room. It wasn't anything fancy, just a quiet space with a slanted ceiling where I kept a large table for building miniature terrain and painting little models. It was something I'd spent a ridiculous amount of time on. Anyone who's into that kind of hobby knows how particular you can get about it. Tiny pieces, careful paintwork, hours of fiddling with details. So it didn't take long for me to notice that something was wrong. Every time I went up to the loft, something had moved. At first it was just small things, a few pieces out of place, a section of terrain that was turned around. Once, an entire little structure that I'd built was sitting on the opposite side of the table. Naturally, I blamed my sister. She denied it immediately. Then I blamed my dad, assuming he was just being annoying, but he denied it too. What made it strange was that neither of them ever slipped up or admitted to it later. My family is the type that would absolutely keep a prank going for a while, but eventually they'd crack and laugh about it. Weeks went by, and the changes kept happening. Not every day, but often enough that I started taking pictures of the table before I went downstairs, just to prove to myself I wasn't imagining things. Sure enough, things would be different the next time I went up there. One evening, I mentioned it to one of my mom's friends who was visiting. She was the kind of person who believed very strongly in the paranormal and had plenty of stories of her own. I expected her to laugh or calmly explain it to me, but instead she said, "If something's there, just talk to it." I remember laughing and saying, "You mean like out loud?" She nodded and said, "Just explain that you'd like it to stop." The idea sounded ridiculous, but it stayed with me. A couple weeks later, I had the house to myself for the evening. At some point, I went up to the loft and I noticed a small section of my setup had been rearranged again. And for whatever reason, I decided to try what she suggested. I stood there in the middle of the room, feeling completely stupid, and I started talking to the empty space. I explained how long it took for me to build everything on that table, how much time and effort I'd put into it. I even mentioned how frustrating it was to keep fixing things that had been moved. And then I said something like, "Look, I don't know if someone's actually here, but if you are, I'd really appreciate it if you'd leave my stuff alone." The second the words left my mouth, I heard something behind me. The sound of someone climbing down the loft ladder. There were no footsteps, just the unmistakable creaking sound the steps made when weight was put on them. I turned around immediately and the ladder was empty. No one there, of course. I even leaned over the opening to check the hallway below. Nothing. I went downstairs and checked the rest of the house just to make sure my sister and dad hadn't come in without me noticing. The house was still completely empty. After that, nothing in the loft was ever moved again. Not once. Now I obviously don't live there anymore, but my thoughts are that whatever was there didn't really leave. It just respected my space. My sister claims that she can still hear the creaking of those steps on that ladder. She doesn't equate it to a ghost, but I told her, if you ever feel like someone's there, talk to it. I've heard all the stories about sleep paralysis just being a trick of the mind, the body waking up before the brain, hypnagogic hallucinations, etc. I was always skeptical. Then I moved into my current apartment, a fifth-floor unit in a relatively modern building, and I met the Sentinel. It happened around 3 a.m. I woke up totally alert, but I was completely locked down. I couldn't move my fingers, my toes, or even twitch my mouth to make a sound. Immediately, I felt that deep, primal coldness that doesn't come from temperature, but from pure, unadulterated fear. My bedroom is small, and the door is always left slightly ajar. I strained my eyes against the darkness, and that's when I saw a figure standing perfectly framed in the doorway. It wasn't a wispy ghost or a sheet. This was a full-blown shadow person. But unlike the typical hooded figure that people describe, this one was massive. It must have been 7 or 8 feet tall, broad shoulders and obsidian black. It was solid black, absorbing every stray photon in the hallway. It didn't have eyes, but I felt with absolute certainty it was scrutinizing me. It was a presence heavy, ancient, radiating a sort of passive malice. It wasn't angry. It was just watching, guarding. I tried to scream, but the sound was trapped in my chest. I tried to lift my head, but it felt like it was bolted to the mattress. The dread of all of it was crushing. I wasn't afraid of dying. I was afraid of being seen by this thing, or being stuck forever. It stayed there utterly still for what felt like an hour, just a silent black sentinel. Then a car passed outside, and its headlights swept across the wall. In that brief flash of light, the figure didn't vanish. It seemed to retract. It stepped backwards, slowly, deliberately, as if melting into the hallway's natural shadow, until the space where it stood was just a normal dark doorway again. The paralysis instantly broke. I shot up, dripping sweat, and I switched on every light in the apartment. The hallway was, of course, empty. Every time I wake up now, my heart leaps, and I look straight at that doorway, half expecting to see my giant dark watcher waiting again. It hasn't returned in full, but sometimes, late at night, I feel the temperature drop precisely in that doorway, even with the AC off. It was late at night, and my boyfriend and I were driving to my house. We took a shortcut through an area of town that everybody here calls the Bottoms, or River Bottoms. It's right in the middle of a huge metropolitan city in the U.S. There's no buildings, though, only fields and trees. You can't build there because it's a floodplain, not suitable for building on. There's one narrow road that goes through the middle of the Bottoms, and it just so happens to be a direct link between my boyfriend's house and mine. Late at night, it's very dark, there's no streetlights. So we were traveling rather quickly down that road when we came upon a bridge. You could only see what was visible in the headlights, road and very tall grass. It was probably 3 feet tall. We went up and over the bridge and began to descend on the other side. Suddenly, a woman appeared on the right side of the road. The headlights shined directly on her. She was standing in the grass right beside the road. It was 2:30 in the morning. The area was completely deserted. We were both stunned, silent. We sped past her. After a frightening moment, we both shouted, "Did you just see that girl?" Yes, we had both seen her. Immediately, I assumed she was the one whose car had either broken down or had been wrecked, because she had a distressed look about her. We spoke rapidly on top of each other. Should we turn back? Oh my God. Should we call 911? What should we do? Is she okay? Earlier that night, we had both had a couple of drinks. Many hours had passed, and we were both sober. But in our part of the world, the police can arrest you and take you to jail if they even smell alcohol on your breath. You could get into a huge amount of trouble, even go to prison. If we had to turn back, if we had to call the police, it was just too risky. I mean, if she was really in distress, she could call for help on her cell phone, right? Oh my God, what if her phone was dead? Physical description. She was young, between 17 to 25 years old. She had blonde hair. She was pretty, wearing a white shirt. The bottom half of her body was covered in thick, tall grass. She was sort of waving her arms, not over her head, but in front of her. Her face wore a scared expression, but she had no blood, no bruises or dirt on herself. So what in the hell was she doing standing right by the road in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, by herself, looking scared and waving her arms? Instead, we called in an anonymous tip. We were both really tired, and we proceeded home and went to bed. The next morning, I felt really guilty because we didn't stop. The local police post every police activity on the website that's called into a scanner. I began to search the scanner, looking for an accident report. There was nothing. We both felt very bad and worried about the young woman. Later, my boyfriend called the police to follow up on this anonymous tip we had made the night before. They told us that they had checked it out, that there was no car, no girl, no wreck where we had specified. This only made us feel half better, because we knew what we had seen. Later, my boyfriend told our story to his friend. His friend grew up near the Bottoms. She was the one who put this all together for us. We'd seen a ghost, she told him. She recalled that 20 or so years ago, a young woman named Katie Nesbitt had been murdered in the river bottoms. It was a huge deal, so we went online and we found some old newspaper articles about the murder. There was a yearbook picture of the girl. The girl had blonde hair. Could that have really been her ghost? The most awful thing about it is that Katie and her boyfriend had been brutally stabbed to death over a car stereo. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I continued to search online and ended up finding a page for a local paranormal society. I clicked on Contact Us. I typed up our story and I felt better. At least I had reported this to somebody. I received a reply email from the man at the Paranormal Society. He told me that the Bottoms was definitely a haunted area. Many people had reported seeing strange things there over the years, and he also could recall that poor girl's murder. So, it was settled. Mystery solved. I'm not a ghost type. I've never encountered a ghost or an alien or a witch or UFO or anything like that. I do believe, though, that ghosts exist. But I would never go looking for one. All of that stuff honestly scares me to death. But I'm here to tell you that this really did happen. I wouldn't make it up. There were also 2 witnesses that saw the exact same thing. And anyone around here would tell you this. You never see anyone on the side of the road in the Bottoms, especially at night. Especially not a girl, all alone. The paranormal investigator promised to investigate our sighting, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I'll update you if I do. This took place when I was in high school. I'm almost 40 now, but I was still living with my family in a condo. Mom, dad, younger brother. My dad worked evenings as a restaurant general manager, so he wasn't home when these events occurred. And my mom worked days in the office, so she was home doing something in the kitchen. My brother was watching TV in the living room. This was back in the late 90s, early 2000s, so we had an old school PC in my parents' room. I loved using it. I was most likely downloading music, chatting on ICQ, 90s behavior. To the left of the computer desk was a foyer which lined the bedroom closets with the door to the room at the end. As I was on the computer, I could see very clearly in the corner of my eye 2 legs walking towards the door, away from me. Zoned out in what I was doing, I just assumed it was my brother. I turned to look, and nobody was there. The door was half shut enough that I knew my brother wasn't that slick to squeeze through that fast. Add to that, I suddenly had an eerie feeling in my gut, and I froze. But I slowly went back to what I was doing. I brushed it off, kept it to myself. Not long after, about a week later, I'm having a conversation with my mom in the living room. We're standing at opposite ends, not a huge room, and where she was standing had a wall with 3 large mirrors. As she's talking, I see a blurry shadow figure run across the mirror. I interrupt her mid-sentence and say, "Mom, don't freak out, but I just saw something in the mirror." She freaks out. Asian moms don't play with that shit. She goes, "Don't play like that." And I proceed to express how serious I am. She wasn't happy. Now, mind you, nothing really prompted my visions or behavior. I hadn't seen any movies or read any books that would fuel my imagination. At this point, I hadn't even told anyone what I saw, other than what had happened with my mom. Some time passes, about another week, and one day my dad comes home. He's a very social butterfly and made buddies with the building manager, whose name was Rick. As he comes in, he goes, "Guys, I just saw Rick. He said they found one of the tenants dead." Apparently, a tenant on another floor who lived alone had quietly passed and been dead for at least 2 weeks, or more, since nobody knew. Needless to say, this kind of shook me. My dad had no idea about my recent experiences. I immediately knew that this poor person's spirit had been wandering the building. I never got a negative feeling about it, so I can only assume that they were lost, trying to let us know. I never found out their name, but rest in peace. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. Premonition, intuition, I don't know, but something was watching out for me this night. I was living in West Hollywood and was on my way home late at night. It was about 2:30 a.m., and the streets were almost completely vacant. I came to a stop at a stoplight and was in the left-hand turn lane. The radio wasn't on, and I was completely sober as I'd been babysitting my niece. I looked over to my left, and in the far lane was a guy in a car looking at me. You know how it's late at night, long red light, so you just look around while waiting. Suddenly, I heard a voice that said, "If you go when the light turns green, you'll die." Talk about freaking out. It terrified me. I started shaking, and I'm telling you, you couldn't have pried my foot off the brake. Well, the light turned green, and I just sat there. The guy in the other car was still looking at me, so I don't know if he also heard a voice or was just looking at me, so he didn't notice the light or what. At least 5 seconds later, a car blew through the intersection, running the red, and about 3 police cars were following at high speeds. If I'd gone into the intersection, I'd have been killed, and if the guy in the other lane had gone, he probably would have died also. I often get thoughts, ideas, or premonitions, and I've learned that it's important to listen to them. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. "Go back to bed," he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. I do believe in phone calls from beyond, and I speak from experience. Early one morning, way back in the landline days, I answered a call from an uncle in New York City who asked in an uncharacteristically quiet tone to speak to my mother. I told him that she had left for work, and he thanked me and hung up without leaving a message. I thought the call was strange, as my uncle was normally loud, very outgoing, and always interested in what was going on with me. A few days later, his wife reported him missing after having not seen him for a few days. Sadly, he had died of a massive heart attack. on an NYC street without carrying any ID. It was only through the tireless effort of other relatives and us putting our heads together that he was ever identified. I'm absolutely certain the phone call was after his passing. Perhaps he didn't want to stay unidentified forever. I may be a fully grown adult female now, but I've had a crippling fear of doctors, especially surgeons, since I was a teenager. I got this fear because my best friend died when we were 14, and my family doesn't believe in therapy, just smiling. Dee was born with a lot of health issues, so she was always sickly growing up, but things got really bad in 8th grade. I was staying the night with her when things got so bad that she had to go to the hospital at 2 a.m. The doctors took a lot of blood and ran various tests, only to determine that she had appendicitis. They took her into surgery, promising the procedure was completely routine, should only take about an hour. Her mother Penny and I sat in the waiting room and played cards to pass the time, but an hour came and went without any updates. Only after Penny begged the nurse to check on Dee did one of the doctors come to speak to her. The procedure was a success, but Dee's condition didn't improve. Now her kidneys were failing, and the doctor rushed her back into surgery without answering any more questions. Within the next 20 minutes, Dee's entire family was there helping her raise hell. Her aunt was a nurse and said the whole situation reeked of a screw-up. 2 hours later, we got the news. Dee was gone. That was one of the darkest nights of my life. I had just been holding her hand before the surgery, joking about how much we would play up the whole experience into something melodramatic once we got back to school. Her parents hired a lawyer, and we learned that there was never a problem with Dee's appendix at all. When they opened her up, it was completely fine, but they took it out anyway. The stress her body endured exacerbated her actual problem, her failing kidneys. They removed one and were in the process of removing the second when she passed away. Fast forward a year. I'm in 9th grade, and my arch nemesis is a girl named Hillary. She was the cliché, bitchy, popular type, and her mom happened to be a nurse at the hospital where Dee had passed away. Well, Hillary started telling everyone that Dee's ghost was haunting the operating floor. Her mom saw her. I was pissed. I was a full-blown hardcore skeptic, and no words were going to convince me that Hillary wasn't just using Dee to garner attention. I walked right into the circle of girls, pushed Hillary into a locker, and promised to knock her teeth out if she ever said Dee's name again. She swore she was telling the truth. So I hit her, and then 4 other girls jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me. They tried to suspend me for breaking Hillary's nose. I missed her front teeth, but I was covered in bruises, and my lip was swollen from the other 4 girls, so my parents demanded they also be suspended. Obviously, the school didn't want to suspend their cheerleaders, so none of us were suspended. Instead, we got a stern talking to. Over the years, random stories would spread of people seeing Dee's ghost, and I always blamed Hillary for starting the rumor in the first place. We gave each other hell all the way through graduation, and I celebrated the last time I'd have to see her. Now, fast forward again, 2 years ago. I went home for Christmas and got T-boned by a Charger running a red light. The ride to the hospital was a blur, but I needed emergency surgery. Afterwards, I was taken to a recovery room where I slowly began regaining consciousness. Before I opened my eyes, I became aware of someone sitting on the bed, holding my hand. Thinking it was my mother, I opened my eyes to see Dee smiling at me. All I could do was stare in shocked silence until she disappeared. A nurse came in a moment later and shook me back to reality. She was also my best friend during our junior and senior year of high school and wanted to be there when I woke up. I probably wouldn't have said anything if it had been a stranger, but as soon as I realized my nurse was Lizzie, It just spilled out of me. The way she looked at me made me think that I'd been having some sort of hallucination from all the drugs. But then she said that she had seen Dee too. Most of the nurses had. When she learned I was on the floor, she asked the staff not to mention Dee because of my history with Hillary. She didn't want anyone to upset me by mistake. Apparently, Dee often checks in on patients coming in and out of surgery, and sometimes while they're still in surgery. But they've never heard of her sitting on anyone's bed or holding their hand. All that time, it was true, but I just couldn't believe it. Every time I've gone home since, I stop and have lunch with Lizzie, and I like to think that Dee comes too. Let me tell you how to score a couple of free flights to anywhere on the North American continent. All you gotta do is spend 6 hours on a non-stop flight to Montreal in a packed airplane while seated next to a dead man. And wouldn't you know it, he got the window seat. The dead man hadn't boarded the plane like this, however. Allow me to explain. I'm flying home from a bachelor party. I'm the last class on the plane. And when I get to my row of seats, it's in between two older men around the same age as each other. But they don't know each other, so my spot was right there in between them. 8B, 8A, and 8C are filled up, as well as every other number and letter on this plane. So, on a packed flight with no other option, I'm forced to squeeze in. The stewardess has to come over and push me down in my seat. My knees are almost up to my chest as I started to feel hungover from the morning of drinking I did just hours earlier. Don't be all judgy. My best friend was getting married, so I decided I'd surprise him by showing up and getting wasted with all of his groomsmen while he played it safe. Because he was getting married in the morning. His groommen didn't really give a fuck, though. It was cool. I couldn't stay for the wedding because I had to work on Sunday and the rest of the week. Anyway, flying there was fine. I was with all the guys. We had 2 layovers before getting to California. But on the way back, I was by myself. I thought that the 6-hour flight would be an easier trip. I was arriving home at 4. My girlfriend was picking me up before she went to work. The plane takes off, and 10 minutes into the air, the window seat guy starts huffing and gasping, then just slumps forward. His forehead came to rest on the chair in front of him. If I hadn't heard him struggling, I'd have probably thought he was sleeping. Maybe. It looked like a pretty uncomfortable position to be in. I tap the man, asking if he's all right. He doesn't respond. I tap the button above me. When a flight attendant walks over, I express the concerns I had regarding the man's odd behavior. She also attempts to get his attention a few times before she places her hand on his neck, checking for a pulse. She then quickly leans back up and walks down the aisle straight into the cockpit. A few minutes later, she walks out and points to the back. One of the pilots is standing next to her, leaned out of the doorway looking at my section. They then both return back into the cockpit before the stewardess again walks out and closes the door behind her. She walks out of sight, and I eagerly wait for her to return. When she does, she's with another woman. She has a stethoscope and checks the man by the window. Then she and the other stewardess drape a white sheet over the man. Then I'm told that the pilots have decided not to make an emergency landing. Because the man was dead, there was technically no longer an emergency. Her face sorta does this funny thing as she delivers the next bit of information. Due to the flight being full, they were unable to move the man, and in turn, also unable to move me and the other man, the alive one. She says that when the plane does land, the man seated next to me and myself will be compensated for our patience with the unfortunate circumstances. Then it was suggested I scroll through their movie selection to pass time. I guess I was sort of in shock. I just started going through the movies. I chose Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift. The other man opted for sleeping,
I don't know how in the hell he was able to sleep with a dead man sitting 2 seats away, but I guess I'd find out soon. Most of the cabin lights were out in the plane when I turned my light off, but out of the corner of my eye, I swear to God, the guy under the sheet moved, like leaned up for a second before drooping back down. My heart started racing. I quickly flipped the light back on. Never felt a sensation like that before. My teeth jittered when I saw the white fabric start raising. The light above me leaves a glare on the screen that I'm trying to watch the movie on, but every time I flip the light off, the sheet starts to twitch and move. I closed my eyes and tried not to look in its direction. Then its leg shakes and bumps mine. It's too much. I jump up without even thinking, waking the man next to me. He looks annoyed. He fixes his eye mask and proceeds to sleep. I look around the plane. Those near our seats seem to be aware of what's happening, whereas the front of the plane seems less involved in what's going on. Either way, none of these people are going to switch seats with me. I reluctantly sit back down. I can't even focus on the movie anyway. Only the man. He's not moving for now. I'm too afraid to even close my eyes. I find myself spiraling internally at the situation at hand. I focus on my small cabin light, staring into it instead of anywhere else on the plane. I don't know how much time passed as I stared and thought about this mess, and suddenly the light flickers, ever so slightly. Never seen that before. Just as suddenly, a woman from in front of me turns around and says, "I'm sorry, what was that? What do you need?" She's making eye contact through the small slit between the seats. I didn't say anything, so I told her, "I didn't say anything, sorry." She stands up, turns around, looks from me to the man sleeping, to the man under the sheet. She's starting to resemble what I'm feeling inside, horrified. She asks if I'm sure, which I am, so I tell her as much. She apologized and slowly took her seat. What was that? I had no idea, but it didn't help me with my feelings of anxiety or dread. I looked over at the dead man, still not moving. That's good. I turned toward the sleeping man, and I closed my eyes. Somehow, someway, I fell asleep. I don't think it lasted very long. In either way, I was awoken abruptly by being met with a horrifying odor. It, along with some newfound sounds, are coming from the dead man. Holy fuck, I think to myself. I'm smelling this guy now. It doesn't take long before I notice that others around me are already reacting to this smell, looking around for the source of the offensive odor. Of course, I knew where it was coming from, and it was inescapable. How was it humanly possible to be in this situation? My mind was bending over and over again, and it continued through the entire flight. I didn't sleep another wink, just sat there, paranoid, looking at the dead man every few moments. I still hadn't turned my cabin light off, so I could see. The man had shifted. Surely just naturally. Natural death stuff. That's what I told myself. It must have been another hour into the flight. I heard this moan or groan, but it sounded very alive. The woman in front of me, she heard it too. I see her turn and make eye contact through the seats. Silently yet collectively, we both hit the button for assistance, anxiously waiting to see a stewardess head in our direction. When she arrives, I ask if she can check the man's pulse. I tell her, "We're hearing noises, like he's trying to breathe." Her eyes widen, and she grabs another stewardess, the one with the stethoscope. They reach across me once more, this time removing the sheet. And as morbidly curious as I am, I can't bring myself to look at the man. But the smell. It's enough this time to make me get up. I apologize as I pushed past the group. I'm definitely gonna throw up. I actually managed to make it to the bathroom, but I lose whatever contents I had once I get there. Mainly leftover alcohol. It's horrible, but it doesn't compare to what I've experienced thus far. I, a full-grown man, wanted to cry at the idea of going back to sitting next to a dead man. But the door, it won't open. Why the fuck won't it open? This entire flight is turning into a flight of firsts for me. I start shaking the door, switching the lock back and forth, anything I can. I think to myself, am I seriously gonna have to press the help button? I keep trying the door, and as I'm pushing, doing nothing special, it just opens, almost hitting the flight attendant who had made it to the other side of the door. She looked a little confused, but God, if only she knew how fucking confused I was. She's asking me if I'm okay. I don't even know what to say, so I give her an answer by shaking my head and walking back to my seat. But I turn around to ask the woman, was he alive? But her wince tells me no, and then she confirms it with a verbal no. Great. The last 2 hours of the flight, much like the first 4, were hell. My free vouchers or flying miles didn't seem worth this experience at all. Would I ever even get on another plane? I thought to myself. Approaching our aisle, I wanted to just go live in the bathroom, but I sucked it up and took my seat. The woman in front, she turns around again. Psst. Hey, they said the man doesn't have a pulse, that he's really dead. I wait, expecting her to tell me more. She doesn't, so I share that I'm aware. She scoffs as though we're on the outside of some joke, and she says, but you heard him too, right? Like you heard him talking and the moaning, like, please tell me you heard that too. The thing is, I'd heard some of it. Worst of all, I'd felt several of these, post-mortem. But speaking, no, I hadn't heard that. I didn't know what to say. Should I lie and spare this woman's sanity? Do I tell the truth? Potentially sending her into some sort of, I don't know, psychosis. My brain truly couldn't handle much more. For all I knew, this lady was nuts. Something told me, though, that she wasn't. I just told her, I've definitely been hearing things over here. This is all just very disturbing. She nods in agreement, exchanges a half-hearted smile before turning back around. What the fuck? Never been so happy to land. I've had turbulence. I've had actual emergency landings before, but this was my first time experiencing death on a flight. And I gotta say, hands down the worst. I imagine the plane literally crashing is the only thing that could surpass this situation. Leaving that airport, I was replaying everything in my head, and again out loud to my girlfriend. And it's like, was the woman crazy? Or is it even remotely possible that somehow she was hearing this man's ghost speaking to her? I don't really mess with that stuff, but apparently my girlfriend thinks it's literally possible. She also thought that being able to fly anywhere was pretty great, despite everything I'd just told her. But truly, I haven't been very eager to fly again.